it was a situation where he was on the back of a horse and used a jetpack, and I was like, that's just fucking sick. What'd you say, Stacey?
Did you have Aaron roll for the fiery hands to
So
propel him?
I did. The only reason why I had him roll for that was because he was rolling an attack, and that's because he was launching himself towards a creature, whereas the paladin in the other group was just launching himself like 50 feet across a river, essentially. And the only, like, the penalty for Aaron missing that attack, in that situation, would have been him falling into, would have been him, like, literally cascading down hundreds of feet into a ravine. And
that's fine. I had enough flying animals to catch him.
Well, so this is, and this is the thing. This is what I didn't play a lot into in that session. The thing that you have to consider is that in D&D, the way that falling works is that upon falling,
it's instantaneous, pretty much.
It's instantaneously 500 feet is what you descend.
Hold on. It's not falling. It's flying with style.
Sure. All right, Buzz Lightyear.
In real life, you jump out of a plane, you are not falling 500 feet.
True.
Every second.
It's basically, it's like it sets it up with terminal velocity depending on how far you fall. But it's like it is kind of like ridiculous to think that you would like step off of a griffin and all of a sudden descend 500
You're
feet.
You're on the ground, dead.
But if you take into consideration that every round is 6 seconds, there is a part of that. But and I forget who coined the term, but somebody once said regarding stuff like that is that it's Wile E. Coyote time. So like there's that moment where Wiley like walks off the cliff, has enough time to look down, turn around, and like quickly jump for it, and you just watch his body fall down. So it's like you have something going on. All right. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get jumping into this. The thing is I know Hannah wasn't going to be able to make it today, unfortunately.
It's not at all.
Huh?
That's surprising.
Yeah.
Bukake.
Penis.
Yes. We are live.
Yeah, we're live.
Yes.
Penis.
Oh, glorious.
Oh. But yeah. Like I said, I knew Hannah wasn't going to be able to make it today. She reached out to me earlier. So feel better, Hannah. But we're going to get jumping into things.
No, Hannah, you need to be here. I'm sitting here with an ear infection and strep throat. You need to be here.
Justin wants to know level up?
No, Justin. No. Hold on. Let me tell him myself. There we go. All right. So it has obviously been a fucking time since we have played
last year.
Yeah, not only last year. Well, it would have been fucking it would have been last year if we had played the last session.
Hold on. I gotta fix this real fast. There we go.
It has we have missed 2 sessions. The last time that we played was November 26th. So it's been a time.
Yeah, the very end of November.
Yeah, so it's been a while. It's been a while, and I'm gonna kind of re-narrate what happened at the end of last session, because I obviously had a lot of time to sit and think on this, and I kind of threw that in very fast. There is still going to be very much the same play out, but you'll understand. You'll understand whenever we get there. So just gonna go ahead and read. What you say to me?
If motherfucker.
That's true.
Don't worry, I'm just distracted by the dancing toothless, and I'm just gonna play the Pokemon
Oh, good
on
lord.
soundtrack
Yeah.
that it's from on repeat. Real
Yeah,
fast.
so if you didn't already see, Toothless is dancing on the stream down in the corner, and it's absolutely amazing. I'll tell you what, I cannot get I cannot get the oh, thanks, Jared.
The multiple ones.
No, I could get that one. I can't get it to be like perfectly chroma keyed. Oh, that's actually a little better. There we go. That's much. His fucking eyes blend in with the background of the original one so much. But there, that totally works.
I just love the fact that he went ahead and that Cass went ahead and made it and realized that it became such a meme that they were doing a week-long T-shirt for it. Like, it is just perfect.
I also love the fact that he leaned into it and released his own green screen version, and then also released various other green screen versions with like alternate versions of him where he's like small and tall, and one where it's Light Fury.
A birthday celebrating one, and
over in the tavern, in my tavern streaming setup, I have the chill one who has headphones on and has his eyes closed. Absolutely love him. Yeah, it's so great. So maybe, hey, you know what? For all we know, that's the dragon that's inside your guys' black egg. Okay, that's there we go.
He's dancing around in there.
We just should start name dropping Cass fan to pull everywhere. Just like, yeah, here's the guy that made it.
Yeah,
we're not sponsored. He's not sponsoring us, but we stole this.
That's right. All right. So, basically last session, November 26th, you guys had just finished up the fight to recover Maggie's soul, that had been basically given, during a trade to a devil known as Oshwagoth. At this point, you guys had some time to rest and relax before setting back sail to Lylon. So the night before, I'm just going to kind of read it the way that Stacy had written it in the notes. Me stashed his golden shell in the captain's room and then proceeds to accidentally start a god war by trying to help Emberlost reconnect with his lost ancestry. Me brought back Thossimble Thardresk, the wise, the gray, the wise, yeah. So also known as the wise, also known as the Greybeard, whose soul belongs to Jurgle, the old god of death. So Jurgle is the god of death before Merkel, before any of the other three that have been considered death gods.
Spoiler alert.
Sure, I guess.
Hold on, who did this?
Who did what? Jared did.
Me did.
Oh.
I did.
Yeah.
When you fished up the fish and it was a skull coin with a purple energy going around it, it's because I fucked up and Jurgle wants my ass.
So he reminds Emberlost of his old name, Virzenin Bendathom, his lost attempt to marry he had attempted to marry the king's daughter, but was corrupted on his quest, and sought to fight against his own death, which led him to becoming a Death Knight, essentially the paladinic version of a lich. So because of this, Karen suggested carving Kelemvor's symbol into the coin, at which point it started to glow purple, and me threw it into the sea. During the downtime, Iluna spoke with Kalu, the giant clam, to learn more about Tiamat. He just goes to learn more and does not come back, as Kalu doesn't know all. Iluna talked how best to help Maggie. Ora, who was the leader of the Temple of Restoration, suggested time and just be there as much as possible, and to give her space for her to talk whenever she is able. Iluna's worried she will feel lonely as Maggie's experience is nearly unknown. which I guess to that degree you would probably have to find. There might be others in a similar situation. She then spends the rest of the day in the library researching stuff. Well, everyone, I imagine everyone probably was pretty drained from the experience, so they just kind of relaxed. The next morning, you guys paid 1 diamond worth 2,000 gold for the services rendered there at the Temple of Restoration. Me also offering the ring that he had. Ura comes aboard Emberlost to talk to Runara. She is unable to restore her in any way. Runara feels a welcoming call pulling her to leave. Iluna suggests she stay until you guys can bring her sister on board to talk and meet with her. Me says that he can bring her back to the boat, so he releases her. And it was at that point that there was a noticeable crackling of electrical energy upon the coin that was on the ground that kind of burned into the ship.
Naomi's in a bad mood.
That's right. And then Erla left with some words. It is the life that we must treasure. It is the death that gives that treasure worth. Death does not need to be the final step in someone's path, but even sometimes... wait, what? But even sometimes, even rejoined life may not be as sweet as the calling of the dead. Yeah, so basically, she was trying to give you guys insight as... there are those who find more peace and comfort in the afterlife than they do in the land of the living. And sometimes it is a beckoning call that the soul feels to that afterlife. As you guys are heading back to Lylon, Iluna wanted to try and form a plan on where to go next after returning to Lylon. The options are the Relic with the underwater vampires, dealing with the Chimera crew just a further south of Lylon, and finding Runara's sister, but nothing was discussed fully yet. Iluna made some potions. Me saw a mantis land on the railing of the ship. He brought out his pyrat to deal with it, and the mantis looked at the rat and decayed into bone. Excuse me, one second. During this time, you was fishing and caught a 100-pound dogfish, and in its gills saw the exact same coin that me had thrown over into the sea. So this is about where I want to re-narrate the last scene. As previously, I did it with much less fanfare. So I want to play up this moment a little bit more. So as you have this...
Oh, you forgot the part where the praying mantis literally disintegrated.
Yeah, decayed into bone.
Yep. You said that. If you were listening, you would have known that.
So, it's shortly after that you have this coin. I want to give you an opportunity to address this coin before we move further. So what do you guys do when you see this coin, me?
Jared, that's you.
Sorry, I had to adjust my headset there.
Oh, I was like, the fuck?
So Jared,
So
what do you do when you see that coin?
I literally just groan very loudly and just look at you and say, well, guess we're battling other pirates. And then he'll look down at the praying mantis and go, and another god of death.
There can only be one god.
Yeah.
Of death.
This is supposed to be before we notice.
This is before the other pirate crew shows up. This is before the other pirate.
I'll just yell at you, who's saying, "Yeah, that's not supposed to be on the boat. Get rid of it. Get rid of it." And as he's like trying to swat the praying mantis without hitting it.
Nobody else sees a praying mantis.
Get rid of it! I've never seen that coin before. Not at all. He's just yelling at you to get it off the boat while he's trying to swat at nothing compared to what everyone else.
Okay. All right. So
and he'll look down at the praying mantis and go, "It's your problem. It's your problem. Go fix it." He's just waving at nothing.
So, as you throw the coin overboard, you see that it lands in the water. The purple light, this magical energy that it is emitting, slowly starts to sink and fade.
Gonna create a beam like Haddington at the end of Battle Block.
As you know, you kind of watch it, the skies overhead are a bit dark. It's not a bright day. It's an overcast day, and you kind of watch it as it falls down into the ocean. And as this is happening, you notice that as you're looking down and you're watching it fade into the distance, that there's a fog starting to roll in. It's fairly light. As you look around, you realize that you still have decent vision. You still have sight for the most part on the horizon. As you man the helm at this moment, Albina comes to rejoin you at the helm. And as time goes by, the fog starts to roll in and get a little bit thicker.
I'm going to be on high alert.
Okay.
I can't even remember if
anybody about it.
Just before I said anything about using Druidcraft to check the weather, because I feel like that all like came at the same time. You're like, you all notice a mist.
It's because the fog is magical.
Sure
well, if you cast it, you will see that the weather that your Druidcraft would display would be of clouds in front of a low sun.
Upon seeing the fog, seeing the fog as well, me starts getting anxious, and he's still grumbling at the praying mantis and everything.
Yeah. So anxiety starts setting. Hold on, I gotta shut my window.
Whoa.
Yeah, it'd be cold out.
It's getting cold.
22 degrees here in Iowa.
It was warm up here whenever I got home, so opened it up.
Yeah, I
let
don't
it cool
think
off.
we're far off from you. Yeah, right now it's 27 where I'm at.
Yeah, it was nice with the window open, except when the wind blows. So your anxiety begins to set in, seeing the coin, praying mantis, the fog that starts to billow in. The sky, for the most part, is gray. The sun, but a distant glint through the clouds. And as the fog starts to grow thicker, possibly your anxiety grows higher. And as the minutes go by,
His anxiety turns to annoyance because he knows what's coming.
Yeah, metagame, you definitely do. Well, I'm actually gonna have you roll an insight check here in a second. But as you are watching this fog grow thicker and thicker, you hear the lapping of the water around the edge of the ship. And as the fog begins to creep onto the deck, you all realize that the range at which you could see is now far diminished compared to how far you could see just a little bit ago, as it is now becoming increasingly distant, is becoming increasingly heavier, this growing fog. And it's up until the point where me, as this annoyance is sitting with you, and you can tell that me is on high alert, you look to the front of the ship to check on the other two crewmates at the front, Seftis and Smith, and you realize at this point the fog has grown so thick you cannot even see them. And now I need you to roll an insight check.
Who?
Me.
All of us.
I got an 8.
Okay. Well, the rest of you can roll a perception check.
Can I still see through this or no?
No, you can see through magical darkness. You cannot see through magical. You cannot see through fog, magical or not.
Okay.
Would we have noticed you throwing something overboard? I mean, like previous to then, he was like pulling a giant fish on board.
Sure.
Which I figured would catch our attention.
Sure.
Not necessarily standing like right next to him.
Yeah, I mean, you also heard me saying throw that. You also heard me saying throw that overboard. So,
if you want to say anything, you'll intimidate you to say you saw nothing. So,
how did you see nothing when he threw it over the ship?
Yeah. So
speaking you terms.
Oh man, I mean, I ain't seeing nothing.
What? I'm sorry. I'm rolling. Wait, perception.
Perception check.
Passive, my 20, or
no, we're gonna do active because, well, actually, yeah, no, that's fine. You could use yours because, you guys can use your passives because you weren't doing anything strenuous at that moment. So
wait, can I use my passive insight of 12? Instead of my 8.
Sure.
I don't think I'll add much, but
yeah, I mean,
can I keep my 24?
That's fine. Just need Stacy to roll hers.
For the perception?
Yeah, I mean, unless you just want to, take into consideration that you're going to roll low.
Yeah, you could roll nat 20. Who knows?
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, we can go with your passive. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to roll above that. So it is, as this fog has gotten thick enough, the two of you on the front of the ship, Smith, you recognize that the way this fog is rolling does not seem right, as the wind is blowing in such a way that this fog is almost moving against it.
What did Smith roll?
He rolled a 19.
You mean you?
No.
I don't see Smith's roll unless...
I see Smith's roll that was done 3 minutes ago, right after me's insight check.
Shit just being fucking weird?
Maybe. I'm going to kind of give you the same that me has based on your perception, me's insight. Iluna, you very quickly perceive a strange sound, almost an echoey sound, a little further off to the south of the ship. You can't quite place it at the moment, but it's almost as if you heard a sound in the water. And me and you, as you're watching this, as you realize how thick this fog has become, well, I don't know why you can't see Smith's roll.
Well, I don't see it on the Encounter Plus. That's...
Oh. Because I didn't have that on whenever he rolled. I was in the middle of turning that program on in the middle of that.
Okay. That's why I was like, I see Cephas.
Yeah.
And like my total's a 24, so that's why I was like,
me, as you realize this, there is something that comes to your mind. And me and you kind of lock eyes. As the two of you realize the same thing very quickly. And that is that this thick fog, the way that it has rolled in, is indicative of a tactic used by somebody that you once crewed with and sailed with. And that in the next few seconds, things are going to get unsettlingly quiet.
you's gonna send a message to me and be like, shut up, I'm talking. See if we can talk our way out of this one again.
Me's just gonna yell to the entire group, saying, "Get ready for a battle! It's the ABC bitches!"
And as you shout this, as you get to the end of that, everything goes quiet. And it's at this point that the fog is so thick that you can only see those that stand about 10, 15 feet away from each other. So Albina and me can see one another. You and Luna can see each other, and Smith and Cephas, two of you, can see each other. But the fog is so incredibly thick at this moment. But there's an eerie silence that has overtaken the ship. And you realize you can no longer hear the lapping of the water down by the boat. Does anybody want to do anything at this moment, knowing only that there's a thick fog? Me just shouted out, prepare for a fight, and everything got eerily silent.
Arcana check? See if it's magic
Sure.
fog? Did I already figure that out?
So I'm going to say that based just on your innate perception of how this fog is rolling, and your Arcana being a +9, I'm going to say you've already determined that this fog is not natural.
Can I do an Arcana check to see if Dispel Magic would help?
Sure. Yes, you can.
Me's gonna go up to the top of the ship where the wheel is.
Okay, at the helm.
He's gonna cast invisibility on himself.
Okay.
Little bitch.
As he's readying an action to put a bolt right between whoever's eyes.
Would we be
You told him to you told me to let him do all the talking, so he's going invisible and he's gonna let you talk until he feels like he needs to shoot someone.
What did you say, Smith?
I'll just warn Cephas that I don't have a good feeling about this. So
as you go to say that, Smith, you look over at Cephas and you say this. Cephas, as you're taking in everything around you, you look over at Smith and you can see his mouth moving, but you cannot hear a word he's saying.
Ooh. I'll probably just draw my sword and stuff and get ready, I guess ready in action or something like that.
Okay. Are you like preparing that, what exactly are you preparing for?
I just have my sword drawn, and I guess I'd be ready to strike at anything that would attack me, I guess.
Coolio.
Dispel Magic?
On the fog?
I'm guessing the fog and the silence are probably two different effects. Did I learn anything from my Arcana check?
So with your Arcana check, this fog seems to be this fog seems to be widespread enough that I am going to give you the insight. This you know of the spell fog cloud. Smith is a wizard. He obviously knows about the spell fog cloud. It's a first level spell. This fog seems too thick and too widespread for this to be magically fog cloud. And unfortunately, though, you are unable to think of another spell that might do this, at least within your own research and understandings and learnings. And unfortunately, when it comes to dispel magic, while you can target a magical effect, you do have to know where that magical effect is centered in order to dispel it.
Say that. Where it's centered.
Hold on one second. Actually, wait, no, hold on. That is a weird thing. I actually never took that into consideration.
What?
If
centered.
if you don't know where a spell is centered upon,
Why would that make any difference?
yeah, I guess it wouldn't. Okay.
Yeah.
So, let me see here. Okay, cool. So you are casting this around you?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what level. Let me think here for a second. Yeah, I'm like casting it at the fog, I guess.
So okay, so you're focusing on the fog.
Yeah, not the silence, even though that's an issue right now. If I can only dispel one effect, I'll
What? Did not go on the level that I wanted it to. Okay. Well, I
We'll do it
will.
as a fourth level.
I will definitely need you to roll.
Okay. What am I rolling? Just a d20 or what?
You're gonna roll a d20 and you're gonna be going against a DC 18.
And do I roll or do I add my?
Yeah, it's it's with your spell casting modifier, so d20 plus 5.
Okay, so 18.
Okay. So, you go to cast this, and as you do, all of a sudden the fog dissipates around you all.
Now, 1 second.
Yes.
You said we're in silence. I probably should just let this go, but you
Oh
said we're in
wait,
silence.
never mind. Yeah, that's verbal. So yeah, you actually cannot cast a spell in that area. Okay.
And I can't. Yeah. Yeah, I can't dispel the silence too either. Then.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can I use message and use dispel magic?
No.
Because you have to whisper. You're not
Right.
whispering anything.
Okay, yeah. So no, that is a great point, because dispel magic has a verbal component. So I'm gonna say, like, Smith, you suddenly realize that, like, as you go to your brain starts going and you're like, I need to get out of this, and you think to yourself, I need to dispel this somehow or another. And it's at that point you realize you cannot even cast a spell, as dispel magic has a verbal component. So
Silence just overtook us after the fog did, right?
correct. The fog has kind of been building this whole time. Mm-hmm.
I was just waiting for Smith to be finished, because you asked us what we would be doing in the immediate response. So
Yeah.
I was just waiting for him to be done.
One last thing. Can I use the magic carpet? Or do I have to talk to it to command it?
Let me double check
I
something.
forget how that
Speak word, I think.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Speak the command word. Yep.
Okay. All right, that'll be it for me.
All right. What were you gonna do, Stacy?
This middle bit where I'm standing, the brown like wood. Right
Yes, that is
I
the
know it's
staircase
old.
going down inside.
Okay, that's where I thought it was, and then I thought these other things at the corners were the only stairs.
These go up to this higher part,
Yeah.
and these also go up to these
See.
higher parts. Yeah, this is going
I was
down
just
inside the
clarifying
ship.
before, because that's where I thought it would have been, because I'm pretty sure it was down. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I was just trying to remember where I was before. Anyhow, if this fog descends, and you said my druid craft showed different weather.
No, it showed it
Does it
showed a
show
cloud
the
hidden.
fog?
It showed the sun hidden behind clouds.
But you are me said something to all of us.
Yes, right before everything went eerily silent, he said, "Prepare for a fight."
Right, okay. Then perpetual concern is our passengers, especially since we just got one back alive. That's why, to let them know that things might not be safe right now, and to secure themselves as best as
So wait,
to our
say this again.
passengers.
How are you doing this?
We'll go down the stairs just to tell our passengers to secure ourselves, and we might not be safe right now.
Okay. So as you go down into the hold, and you see Tolman, Zaline, Maggie, and Reginald, you try to tell them this, but no words come out of your mouth.
We'll write it down. I mean,
You can do that. You can do that.
Experience silence in some form and another, but at this point.
Yeah, you can do that if that's what you want to do.
My mouth would move. I'm assuming they would see me attempting to talk to them.
Yes, they can see you attempting to talk, and they are like very confused. They don't understand what is happening. As you can see, their mouths likewise moving.
Then I'll start to explain with written word.
Okay, so you are down there scrawling, I imagine, on some piece of parchment that might be laying around. Okay,
I have paper in my bag.
Okay, so while she's doing that, does anyone else up on the deck do anything else? Because I know Seftis is preparing for an attack. Smith, you messaged me asking if you could prepare your necklace of fireballs. Are you doing anything specific?
Looking for what is coming.
Okay, so and me, I know you went invisible. Is there anything else that you wanted to do?
Oh, I'm just readying my crossbow with a necrotic arrow so I can put it in between somebody's eyes.
Okay.
With the assumption of assuming what's coming.
Yeah, so this is the thing. Me and you, the two of you know this tactic. And you kind of do know what is coming. A moment later, you see... What's that?
I was just thinking that Albina wouldn't be able to say the release word.
That's actually true. That is actually very true.
Oh no.
Get your fishing rod ready, you.
I know. I was thinking like when I could get ready, and I'm like, well, I don't have any weapons.
I mean, like, we could say she like perpetually said it, and she may have said it just before, but that only gives them a minute.
Yeah. So
The
But
silence
that's
might be
best.
lifted here soon enough, knowing how they operate. They don't want to be unheard. They want to be heard for the gods to hear them.
Give me 1 second.
Lucas frantically messages Hannah asking if she'll release him.
I did know,
as I
like, one
see
of
the
the last
box,
things
dispel
she did
magic.
was being curious about the fish she caught. She was jokingly said she like tries to take it from him or something 6 weeks ago memory. And I know she tries to be like when we might be in trouble, which, she's perpetually saying that.
I think it would be funnier with Wu or you with his not so good strength waving around a fishing rod trying to beat them back.
Where the fuck did this font go?
Oh, my brain. I took headache pills and they did not work.
There it is.
In other news, the guy that beat me in Pittsburgh for Pokemon is currently in the regionals for Portland.
Oh, good for him.
I didn't know you
I mean,
competed.
he's gonna beat you.
I mean, I'm rooting for him and whatnot. I got his contact information on Snapchat because he snapped me and he's like, "Are you watching?" I'm like, "On and off." He goes, "I'm in the semifinals. It's just gonna be a pain in the ass." I'm like, "Well, yeah. Considering in Pittsburgh we didn't have any of the DLC shit."
Hmm.
I stand proud with my almost going up on stage against people that have been competing for years, and this was my first time competing.
For what?
Pokemon.
Pokemon what?
Scarlet, Violet, Go, the current ones.
Mm.
Yeah, I had to count this out in my head. Okay. So as this is happening, and you guys are all kind of in a bit of a holding pattern, and Iluna is down below the deck, trying to explain to the others what is happening. The fog begins to dissipate. And it is at that point that me and you, your expectations are upheld as you see the ship across from you, now visible as the fog has dissipated, is one that the two of you recognize. And there's a few things that you recognize about it. The first, huh?
They're humans?
No, in fact.
if you look at their tokens, they're humans.
Yes, they are. Yes.
They all look exactly the same.
Don't worry, I loaded up my 1 hour of Bilgewater music.
There
I'm
you
ready.
go. There you go. So, like I said, you see this ship, and I'm going to say everybody who's up on the top of the deck, you can all see this ship now across from you. And you can see that there are a number of creatures on it, mostly goblinoid. But what stands out to you most is that the side of the ship has a number of glyphs on it. Different symbols and letters from all languages known across the realm. You recognize there is common, draconic, dwarvish, elvish, goblin. You even notice there is primordial and giant, some sylvan glyphs, all kinds of ones, and ones that you guys don't even recognize. Atop the mast of the main, or atop the main mast, you see a flag flying majestically that I'm going to put in the chat over there, that has a tattooed goblin's face with a scroll at the bottom that has the letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Which me and you, the two of you know, stands for Absidy's fucking Goblin Horde. And as you are seeing this...
It is supposed to be A, B, C, E, D?
Oh, yeah. They have that backwards. I've been using a lot of ChatGPT to make my shit for me, and that one definitely did not...
Chat doesn't know the alphabet yet.
Dude, I'll tell you what, ChatGPT doesn't know how to spell a lot of shit. But good call on that, Smith. It is a good thing that I don't put these images
Be a real
out for
dungeon
everyone.
master and use Photoshop like everyone else.
I do use Photoshop. I put them into Photoshop generally and swap, like, do what I can, but that one definitely got past me. So, I will.
We learned that Lucas doesn't know his alphabet.
You're right. I didn't even realize that was fucked up like that. Hold on, give me like 2 seconds, and I actually am remedying it right now.
That's right. Smith is paying attention.
I'm so glad somebody is. Because I definitely wasn't in that. I was like, oh, it did it perfectly. I'm like, they literally got like the whole, like, it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
all the letters are there.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's truncate all those, copy that, and we'll delete this one. And bada bing, bada boom, there we go. Only took me a second to fix it. But the other thing that you guys notice is that in the sky now, written in clouds, you see a message. And that message says two things. Hello, travelers. We care not for your skin. We just, and then a little bit further below that, want your valuables and you can live. Fight and die. And
if we just retreat.
As you see these letters in the sky, there is a small bird that flutters over from their ship to yours. And it lands in front of you, who is standing in the middle of the ship, and it drops a piece of paper in front of you.
You will read the piece of paper.
As you pick it up, it says...
Can we see,
Mhm.
can we see each other now? Is
Yes.
the fog gone?
Yes, fog is
Okay.
gone. You guys can 100% see one another. It is-
Except me.
It is still silent. The silence has not gone
That's what I was
away.
gonna ask next.
You just cannot see me right now.
Yes. You also cannot see that me is no longer at the helm. Albina is kind of confused at where you are. As you unfurl this, you see it says written in common and in goblin, it says, "Do you agree to our terms or do you wish to die?" And then it is signed at the bottom, Captain Klimno.
How far away is this other ship?
The other ship from you is about 60 feet to its broadside.
Theoretically, that's throwing distance, right?
It depends.
Who you throwing?
Let me just...
A little bead.
Wait, where do you still have that?
There's like
I don't actually have the
that's
item
right.
I was messing with.
That's right. I remember that. I remember that was an issue.
I have it here. I have in my notes here. Down at the bottom.
You can use an action.
8 charges.
Yes, you can use an action and throw it up to 60 feet away.
Uh-huh.
So that is within the realm of the Necklace of Fireball.
Cool. I'll keep that in my back pocket for now.
Okay. You can see on the
Seems
other
like
ship. What was that?
below deck, right?
Yeah, at this
It's like
point,
windows, right? Or portals. or
on
whatever.
the second level. On the second level. So there's the main deck, then there's the one that has the oars, and then there is there's the hold where like the cabins and stuff are. There's nothing really below that. The only time that there ever was when there was holes blown into the side of the ship. But on the second level where the oars would drop in, yes.
Where are the passengers? Isn't that where
They're in the
at, or
hold. They're 2 levels down.
Hey, Lucas,
Yes.
instead of loading my necro arrow,
Mm-hmm.
can I load one of the alligator teeth because I still have never used mine?
Yes, you can. I would say that arguably you could attach that to a bolt.
Don't I need 2 of them though? Isn't one just form a swampy area?
Correct.
That's why I would be literally tying them both to one bolt to do the swampy area and the alligator in the middle of their shit.
That would work.
So
Just because I
there
still
aren't
have
any
both
windows
charges
where
of
I'm
them.
at?
Or I still have both of
No,
them.
no, there is not. So there is the main deck where
Okay.
you are above deck. Then there is the oars. There's the level that has the oars that you can see out of. Then below that is the hold where there is like, that's where you guys can talk with Emberloss, decrepit body. That's where the sleeping section is. That's where you guys found the bard. That's where you guys found Tarbin Tool. And then there is the storage. Like there's the part that is literally underwater when you guys are sailing, which is 1 level below that. So you are at a level that does not have windows. Having windows down that close to the water would not make much sense. But the level above where you are would have the spots where the oars could go out the windows.
there's some long ones. Anyhow,
Excuse me.
I was just wondering. For clar-
What kind of ship's defenses do we have? Do we have cannons? But they have to be manned, right?
You guys do have the
Like, does-
ballista. You have the one that that you and Cephas have repaired. There's the main one on the front of the ship that has the large bolts. And then there is also the one in the center. That one, though, unlike the one that is the big one on the front, that one has a rope attached to it and is used as a holding shot. It kind of like connects you to an object or another ship. On the back of the ship, you guys have mangonels, which are basically giant catapults that launch heavy projectiles in a big arc. They have a fairly far range and do a decent amount of damage, but they do take a little bit of time to arm and fire.
Okay. I'll kind of look at everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna
What
say,
are we planning here?
yeah, you don't see me. You see Albina kind of looking around the ship. Seftis has his sword drawn, and you also don't see Iluna at the moment, but you see that Yu is looking at a piece of paper that is in his hand.
What do I see at the other ship?
On the other ship, you see a number of goblinoids wearing pirate attire. them carrying various weapons, mostly bladed weapons, but you do see that there are a fair number of them that are aiming guns over at your ship.
Any with like staves or anything look like they're concentrating at all, or?
Not that you can see. You do see that one of them, you do see that there are two of them there's one towards the front of the ship and one towards the back of the ship, that do have these strange arcane runes tattooed on their face. But they don't look like they are in any kind of, casting state or concentrating state as far as you can tell.
Okay. And right now they're just kind of pointing weapons at us, right?
Yes, they basically have, you can see those words up in the sky that say, hello travelers, we care not for your skin, we just want your valuables and you can live, fight and die. And then they are just kind of waiting to see your choice.
Okay. I'll kind of go over to you and see what he's reading, what he's looking at.
All right, so you have that piece of paper that says, what is your decision? Do you wish to live or die?
I pull out my cool pink flowery pen and write, let's talk.
Okay.
And underline talk twice.
All right.
And hand it back to the bird and kind of shoo it away.
Okay. So the bird, which is a kind of a ratty looking little seagull, it takes it and you see that it flies across, lands on the other ship. And at this point, you see there's kind of a look amongst the crew.
Where did it go to? Did it go to anyone in particular? Like the bird?
It did. So it went to the one that is at the helm. This one is wearing what I would describe as a fairly ostentatious, like privateer kind of captain's hat.
I'm assuming we're still silenced.
You are still silenced. Yeah. You do not hear any sound as the seagull takes off. You don't hear any flapping of wings or anything like that. You still don't hear the water around you.
Man, if only we had a sorcerer with meta magic to break the silence.
Oh, so you could ignore a casting component.
Yep.
Did
you know in Baldur's Gate, if you use that meta magic, your spells don't make a sound, so with high enough stealth checks, you can be out of combat casting spells?
Mm-hmm. It's ridiculous. Let me see if I can find that image that I had before.
Oh, who wants to see a naked baby on stream?
No.
It's not naked, he has his diaper on. They had to go get the jammies for him because he apparently didn't want to get jammies put on the couch.
That sounds like a you issue.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab a beverage.
Okay.
Is it a Coke? Please tell me it's a Coke.
I don't think it's a Coke.
Or no, it's orange soda. Watch it come back with like a Dr. Pepper or some shit.
And now we wait for them to respond if they're gonna come talk to us or what.
Yeah. Now what, motherfucker?
All right. So, as this moment happens, there's some movement over on the other ship. And excuse me. A moment later, you see a oh, man, I got the burps. My apologies.
Gosh, yesterday, don't worry.
Holy shit. Honestly, this is why I actually had to postpone, like delay the session as long. I've just been dealing with like stomach issues all fucking day. Yeah, no, it wasn't even that. It was like I was like just doubled over in pain on my bed.
Ooh.
Slacker.
Turns out you're actually just passing a kidney stone.
Yeah, that would be fucking awful. Wait, where the fuck?
I've been dealing with what's probably gallbladder issues, and boy, that pain's
Oh yeah, that'll work.
enormous.
That'll do.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
So, you guys see that two of the goblins on that ship move over to the edge. And they don't move over the edge. They move over to the back of the ship, and you can see that they drop into the water a rowboat.
Sorry about that.
It's all good.
Did you get a Coke?
Uh,
Or is it orange soda?
it's Coke and Pepsi. I got one of each. I know.
What the fuck, Smith?
I know, right?
It's really weird.
He's mixing them together as we speak right now.
Mm-hmm.
I love that one. I love that one meme where it's Pepsi, Coca-Cola, or it's like Coca-Cola in a Pepsi glass. I don't give a fuck. See, I gotta say though. Okay, so out of everyone, Coke or Pepsi? Because I'm a Coke guy.
RC.
I'm more of a Coke guy. I'll drink either though.
Coke.
Lucas just looked appalled at Aaron's.
Well, he says RC Cola, which means that he just doesn't. Which means he likes water.
I go for Dr. Pepper.
Okay, arguably,
Mr. Pibb.
I think a lot of Dr. Pepper is its own. Dr. Pepper is its own. It's its own flavor category of drink. No, it is. No, actually, it is. There is colas. There's colas, there's like ginger ales, there is citrus drinks, and Dr. Pepper is actually in its own category of pepper sodas. So, like Dr. Pibb and...
Then where do cherry sodas? Because
It's
cherry
Mr.
sodas,
Pibb,
I think, try to
motherfucker.
mock.
So cherry sodas would probably...
initially tried to mock Dr. Pepper type flavors.
Cherry
but they
sodas
don't.
would, in my opinion, would probably fall more under pepper flavored sodas, because it is more of a, it's more of like a deeper, bitier flavor rather than like the bright vibrantness of like orange soda or lemon lime or Mountain Dew. I just remember watching a video that Hank Green put out about how it's like it's its own flavor.
It's
So
like cream sodas. You can't. That's its own thing.
that I would probably, I think root beer falls under its own category, and it would be considered with that. So you guys see a rowboat descend off the back of their ship and it comes out into the center of the water. You can still see that the goblins on this ship are still in ready position.
Who got on the rowboat? Was it the captain?
So it is the one.
Captain.
It is the one that you would assume would be the captain based on who the letter was sent to. But obviously you can't be 100% sure.
Yeah.
But you see that the letters in the sky change.
Okay, what do the letters in the sky say?
Give me 1 second.
Time is past.
I'm gonna say at this
I don't
point
wanna stay down here with these guys forever.
I'm gonna say at this point you would have enough time to come back up.
Okay. I would say I probably peered through one of those ore holes, see what's going on my way up. But as long as the people, our passengers seem, I don't know how secure they can get, but they're semi-aware. Hiding somewhere, I guess.
So, as you are taking this site in, as they're starting to move, you see new sets of words in the sky that say, "Send your captain and first mate only, nothing funny or you die."
Well,
I'm taking
bye, Albina.
Yu's gonna go and he's gonna figure out where Hannah's character is and take her with him.
You're taking a character whose player is literally not here to parlay.
I was just kidding.
Okay.
Yes.
Upon seeing the letters, I'll dispel invisibility and I'll go with you.
Thank you. I would have been fine if you had just like I want the big strong robot with a flaming sword with me.
If he
Or
no.
I was going on the rowboat with them.
The thing is, you would have known if he would have grabbed Hannah's character that me would have shown up.
Oh yeah, me. Well, regardless of who you picked, me was going on that boat. He was staying invisible.
Yeah. He just was well, I don't know where me's at, so you're coming with me.
So no matter who he would have picked, me would have been like, son of a bitch. So yeah, I'm out of my invisibility and I'll go join.
I mean, that's fine. Now that I know what you do, that would have been understandable. Like I said, just the fact that you were like, I want to take Hannah. I'm like, I would have no issue with literally anyone else. This is much.
Just to spook him a little bit, can I be slightly? Yeah. Hey, look, he's bringing Hannah, and she's here.
He summoned her.
He's bringing Hannah.
What happened?
No, I'm dispelling my invisibility, so Hannah can stay on the boat.
Okay.
I was going to take you onto the rowboat with me so you can release me.
Yeah. I will say for flavor, can I use one of the charges on my ghost step tattoo to be semi-incorporeal as we're sailing up to them?
That's fine. That's fine. You can definitely do that.
Can he be released? I thought we were still silent.
No, he would have only been able to be silenced if Hannah was down there with him.
That's fine. I mean, his magic is great and all. However, I will kill everyone in this small little section.
Okay. So the two of you drop one of the rowboats that you have down into
rowboats.
You had the one that was on. Well, you did actually have those ones from the cloak. But
I think we had rowboats.
Nice. Welcome back, Hannah. Hope you feel better. So, Hannah, to catch you basically up, there is a ship filled with a bunch of goblins, and they wrote in the sky, we care not for your skin, we just want your valuables, and you can live, fight, and die. And there was a letter that they sent over that said, do you agree to our terms? And Aaron wrote back saying, let's talk. And they wrote in the sky again saying, send your captain and first mate only, nothing funny, or you die.
We're attempting to
Oh.
parlay.
Wait, am I the first
There
mate?
was
No, you are
it's
yeah,
me.
you're up on the ship right now still. Basically the entire ship is under the effects of the silent spell. So those of you
where the terms apply, where yes, you're the first mate when it comes to most of the ship stuff. When it comes to pirating stuff, me's taking you.
yeah, so you are still at the helm. It is still
Okay.
quiet as can be
I was
up
like,
on
I'm
the
gonna
ship.
mess this up for everyone if I'm the captain.
So
yeah, it's silent, and there was some fog, but it's lifted.
as the two of you gently row over, you see a familiar face. This standing before you not standing, obviously, is Captain Klimno. Klimno. It's their name is
ALMNO.
KLMNO.
Joking.
And sailing with them, you see likewise somebody that you recognize from your old pirating days, who is now supposedly the captain's first mate, as next to him is the goblin known as Wixes.
I'm not gonna lie, the picture you're using is a picture that I was gonna use for me until I found my current one.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Oh
Why
wait,
does he
The
look
one with
like
the
he wet his
fireball?
pants?
hold on.
With the
Actually, I found a fucking better image.
No, the one in Discord of the
Oh,
pirate goblin.
There we go. That's a much cooler picture.
Oh my!
All right, so
Let me tell you, a lot of this shit comes from just Hearthstone cards.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Magic the
definitely.
Gathering cards.
definitely. So as you row over, you see these two, and you can see that they have kind of wry smiles on their face as Captain Klimno looks at the two of you and says, "By the damned pirates as they can be, look at who the fuckers are that we found."
Be happy
Oh.
you found us and not somebody else that would have sunk you instantly. Although those terms might still apply.
As you do not know. And you see that Wixes kind of speaks up and says, "You don't know the power our ship has nowadays, me. You don't know the things we are possible of." Klimno looks at you and says, "He speaks true. Our power has grown since last you sailed with us. But I would be lying if I said that it was a bad fate, that you are the ones that we have come upon. Your ship, rather impressive, would be a shame to scuttle."
And it would be a shame to wipe you guys off as we started together as well.
But I see that we outmatch you in numbers.
Oh, you know as well
quality
as
over
I do.
quantity.
You know as well as I do, numbers don't mean everything. As he gives his shit-eating grin, the green eye starts glowing a little brighter, since he now has a warlock patron.
And you see that Klimno looks at you and says, "You have gained the arcane within you. And he, as he says this, you see that unseen tattoos, previously unseen tattoos, appear on his face, outlining an arcane energy. And he kind of moves his hand, and as he does, you see a number of the glyphs on the side of the ship glow with a similar energy.
I see
Yeah.
you have as well.
Possibly a different sort of magic, but magic nonetheless. One that has kept us enterprising for quite some time.
Yeah. He's gonna be a cool trick. Strips naked and shows off his tattoos.
May just stands there as he does this all.
You hear you hear a goblin vomit up on the top of their ship.
Me still smiling, and he goes, "You remember you, my new first mate, as I used to be the first left hand, and he was the right hand."
Yes. Captain Klimno looks and says, yes, we heard about what happened to your crew. It is quite a shame. Well, we all hated you and spat
Why
upon
you hate me?
the seas that you rode off on. Your captain was quite a pirate.
Yeah,
I
there's
was.
still an honor among us, despite our hatred towards each other or whatever.
Yes, an
Yeah,
honor
but-
amongst thieves, you would say. So,
Those damn cultists will pay by the end of this.
Oh, yes. But speaking of honor amongst thieves, that brings us to our point of matter. So, do you want a receipt for everything that we are going to steal off of you, or do you just want it written on your caskets?
Use naked, so you can take whatever you want from me.
I
I just
mean,
look at his hips.
Jesus Christ.
Me just looks at him and goes, "Listen, how about we strike a deal?"
And why would we do that? We are clearly, you are clearly outmatched here. We could take everything you have without much of an issue.
Well, how about this?
You was going to interrupt me and be like, no, you know the deal with when it comes to speaking. So from now on, whatever me says, you saying, but Jared's just saying it.
So, which means you're just gonna use message on me and
No, it's whatever
Listen,
you're going to be saying, rather than me repeating what you say, you're just going to say it, but you saying it.
listen. All me was gonna do is try striking a deal with them of either where there's gonna be a mass war and you can have all the loot from that. If they wait patiently, there's gonna be an underground empire, or he was gonna guide them into the Hall of Emberlost because it's been long enough that he can crush them all with his ribs.
How far away are they from the ship, by the way? Can we see them?
You can't see them. You can 100% see them. They're only about like 40 feet away.
That was one of the plans. Was I was gonna lure them into the ship and be like, "This is where all of our treasure is," and just, "All right, Emberlost."
Yeah, I get the point that you were getting at, Aaron. I think that's just going to complicate things. So if there needs to be the check, we'll deal with that when the time comes.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I want
Oh,
to do either the persuasion,
know.
deception, or
I know.
intimidation.
Me will hold up the Sylvan Chalice and be like, "Listen, how about this? I will give you this in good faith. I'm going to be starting a excellent black market on the Sword Coast, and I'll be willing to negotiate more from there. As when it comes to terms of items, we don't have much. Our items are people as we were transporting. As for the rest of it, even without this silent spell that you have,
Quite impressive, is it not?
it is impressive. However, there's some things silence doesn't prevent, like transporting an entire ship into a random plane of existence.
Well, depending on how you would attempt to do that, it could.
Let's just say there's something that doesn't require much. as he still has the bag of devouring, but it's under his coat. So he just kind of pats his coat.
And he looks at you and he says, You are offering potentially quite a deal. But, well, you'll have to do better, as we have been given a deal of our own. As you can tell, our capabilities have grown considerably, as the silencing tactic was something new, and, well, the vague stories of it have gotten around. You see, I have taken on the patronage of a very powerful evoker. He has a place for us at a high table in an upcoming grand upheaval of this world.
Me's face slowly turns sour. You made a deal with one of the damn cultist groups.
We did not make a deal with no cultists. They have been trouble for us out here. These storms that we have been dealing with. We know of the cult. They wear colors of blue. They sail
You would
in...
know that they destroyed Tortuga, killing everybody on sight.
We know of them. But they are not our prox. They are not our... They are not our patrons, as we would not fall to them. The one that we follow, he is a powerful wizard who has granted us immense powers. But you will have to do better than his deal, as this claim of a upcoming black market means little to us, as we are able to run these seas as we see fit.
You's gonna look over at me and be like, "One free pass of death? You think that'll work for one of them?"
Me leans back a little bit and he goes,
And he says it loud enough that they hear it.
He goes, there's an offer, the Sylvan Chalice, and with our powers, we can let you cheat death once.
That is quite a story.
Oh,
Let's just say we have ties to high places, and as he says that, he will manifest the skull token that he has in his hand, because he has one soul token given, it's just the end. But he'll manifest it in his hand with the green flame coming off of it and whatnot. Because we have made deals with the gods of the dead.
What were you going to say, Aaron?
Can you shape change into Karen?
I mean, arguably, you can change your form to look like other creatures.
I believe it's other humanoids.
Yeah.
No, because you turned into a turtle and drowned.
You determine the specifics of the changes. You can make yourself appear as a member of another race, although none of your statistics change. You cannot duplicate the appearance of a creature you've never seen.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's definitely seen Karen.
Yeah.
So I will change my appearance and use disguise. Oh, fuck, I can't use disguise self.
You can still just change your appearance to look like Karen, though.
Yeah. I'll change my appearance real quickly to look like Karen.
You see that the first mate, Wix's, he kind of raises an eyebrow, and as he does, he has his arms crossed, and as he does, he puts his hand up, and you see on the side of their ship, very much where your oars would have been, on your ship, you see glints of light appear in each one of them.
Now, we're not doing anything that's going to cause you harm.
Wix's...
As we were saying, we have deals with the gods of the dead, and we're offering you one of the spots to cheat death.
Were you going to say something, Stacy?
Right now, can you cast anything?
No, he cannot.
Because Albina
no.
Can't have released him.
Correct.
Okay. So
yeah, this isn't a spell.
I thought was made that clear.
You know, no, he's a shapeshifter, so he's a changeling, so he's able to change his. I'm
not trying to stop him from doing anything, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying. If that was the case, I would have stopped him, but he's able to change his form.
That's not what. This has been a question for a while.
Yep. Nope. That was because that was already discussed whenever they were heading down to the down into the rowboat. And so Wix's looks at you and says, "Try nothing funny. We are ready to cannon the fireballs at any moment."
And we're not trying anything funny. This is part of the pact that I stated. Man, you were just as dumb as when I was on that ship. I'm surprised he made you first mate.
I am a master of battle tactics. You see that Klimno kind of puts his hand up and he says, "It's all right. It's all right. Let them speak." So
he'll look to the other guy and be like, "So you let your first mate decide all the choices for you?"
He looks at you, Klimno looks at you and says, "Wixiv is strong and tenacious and a master of battle tactics. While a bit unhinged, that is where my say comes in. But I am glad that he has my back, as I did not know what you was doing. And it's not the smartest thing to do random things when you have a ship full of spellcasters breathing down your neck.
It's also not the bravest thing to attempt to sink what clearly is an undead ship if you know that it would actually kill us or not, as we have proven that we have ties to the damned."
Your ties you have no proof of. A magic twist of the wrist to prestidigitate a coin is but a parlor trick. How do I know?
It goes, "Name a spirit. Name one person that is dead you want to talk to."
I want to talk to your previous captain,
Deal. I'll use my ability to go ahead and conjure eye.
Okay.
What is a message?
And before you ask, even if I'm silenced, I can still use the skull coins and so forth.
Yeah. No, you're not silenced. You're not silenced anywhere. Okay. Stacy, for your thing there is nowhere on the ship that you would be able to hear them, as there are 4 points of silence on the ship covering the entirety of it.
But yeah, me will snap his fingers.
I was trying to find a place, and that's why I was trying to say that I was gonna get at Albina, but
yeah, I'll go ahead and snap my fingers as a skull token will float up, erupt in green flames, and then make the spirit, as the spirit will outline the coin, as the coin kind of acts like their heart, as we discussed, for cosmetic purposes.
Okay. I swear to God, I had a token.
We did, because it was a green parrot, because Heron would transform into him all the time.
There it is. It was just in a different folder than I expected.
Motherfucker.
Tokens.
So once he realizes Yu's going to go back into his goblin form.
Okay.
Where's Iggy?
Yeah.
Iggy is I'm gonna say, I don't know actually, because I'm gonna say
still love
he's
how everybody just thinks you as a goblin who can just do that randomly.
I'm gonna say he's up with Smith, because that probably would have been where he was at. I just didn't.
Loading everything.
What's that, Smith?
Are cannons loaded?
Yeah.
The
Your ballistas would have been loaded prior to this, so.
Just checking.
So yeah, you flip this coin, and as this happens, you see that the spirit of Captain I appears on the rowboat.
Now, given the limitations of
Yes,
the powers, he has to stay on this rowboat as it's a part of our ship.
Exactly.
He explains that to them.
Yeah. And you see Captain I looks around and says, "Where am I?"
Howdy, Captain. We're in a current parlay, and they wanted proof that I can call upon spirits and let them cheat death at least once.
Who are you parlaying with?
He'll gesture to turn around and be like, "You'll remember them."
He turns around and sees the goblins there and says, "Oh, first mate Klimno. Don't know who you are. Where's your Captain Absidy? He still owes me 500 gold."
He leans back and he just stares at the other two goblins on the other rowboat.
You see that Klimno looks at this spirit and says, "Well, Captain Absidy is, right dead. And as for you, I heard that you had died. But I am now the captain of the Alpha Shrieks." And as he says that, you hear the goblins up on the ship shriek all in unison. And Captain I says, "Well, it is good to see that you have succeeded in his absence." But he looks back at Yumi and says, "Is this why I have been summoned?"
Now, I mean, given now that the deal with Karen has procced, I can now allow you to explore the new ship and whatnot and stay however long you want, because I know you've been sailing with him.
Then I will take a look around the ship that you have cordoned for us. And you see that he like kind of disapparates and appears on the ship. For the rest of you, you guys see a bright ass green Aarakocra in pirating gear that is mostly distraught and distressed, starting to walk around, and you can see that they are incorporeal.
Me will then look at the other two and say, "See, if that was an illusion spell, it would have been dispelled the moment it hit your silence. So is that proof enough for you? Or do you wish to talk to your captain as well? Because I can have up to 2 of them roaming at a time."
You see that he kind of looks at you and says, "You can do that."
I can do it, but I'm only allowed to have 2 at a time as per my agreement. As He wants rid of the cultists just as bad. Something about them sacrificing goats, it's piling up paperwork. He's a very strange man that we made a deal with.
You see Wixiv looks over and says, Captain, if we're able to speak with Absidy, then... And you see Captain Klimno says, hey. And you see he kind of addresses himself and says, if you can do that, then I will believe it, as that is a mighty fine illusion. But if you are able to bring...
Me will look at him, cough up the biggest loogie in his hand, extend it over the rowboat, and goes, I summon your captain, you take the Sylvan Chalice, and I'll be generous and throw in 25 gold pieces, and you leave us alone, and I will get in contact with you, or you can find one of my contacts for this black market that I'm putting together.
That we are putting together.
Yes.
Motherfucker, leave me out of shit again.
So wait, reiterate that again. You're gonna do what? The chalice.
He coughed up a giant loogie in his hand. He's
Okay.
extending it, and he is offering 25 gold pieces, the Sylvan Chalice, and some of the black market stuff, of allowing them to essentially have second pickings, as me and you would get first pickings and so forth. Or at least have a part in the black market, to where if they are coming in, they will be safe from it, since it's a fencing operation, and so forth. As long as they leave us alone on the boat, and they allow us to go. And this is at the promise of summoning their captain.
And he looks at you. Klimno looks at you and says, 25 gold. The chalice. And kind of like scratching his chin. He says, and we get a cut. We are partners in this business you are coming up with.
You get second pickings. As it's my business, I get first.
And a share of the profits.
You get 35%, no more.
Well then, I believe that I need to speak with our old captain. As he puts his hand out.
He shakes it, leaving the biggest, nastiest loogie in between them, as he then summons their captain.
All right, so you summon aboard a ghostly visage of a goblinoid pirate. I'm going to put the picture there in the chat. As he comes into being, he's looking around and... Where am I? He sees the two of you and says...
Me will give him the whole spiel of, you've been summoned from the great beyond, I have that power now, blah, 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 blah. Yes, you know who we are, but the reason you're being summoned is for these two, as he gestures towards the other two.
He turns around and sees Klimno and Wixes, says, you shits.
Me, before Absidy leaves, though, me totally wants to, like, either resummon I at the rowboat at a snap of a finger or something, if he's allowed to do that, just so
Sure.
I could see Absidy and they could shit talk each other for a brief moment, but...
You see Absidy looks at them and says, what do you fuckers want? I was resting peacefully in the afterlife. And you see Klimno says, Captain, we need to know where the key to your chest is. And Absidy says, oh, The poor babies. Can't solve a riddle, can ye? Well, tain't my fucking problem that you're a bunch of fucking half-wits. You want that key, you resolve it yourself. Says that chest will remain locked until that key is placed within. And you see that he says, you see at this point, he turns around to me and says, now, send me back. This, wherever I am, smells of bird.
Yeah, before I send you back, you owe somebody some money, and he'll snap his fingers so I can come back to the rowboat.
Yeah, so I comes back and says, look at you, you stinking goblin. You still owe me 500 gold. And Absidy looks at him and says, I owe you nothing, you shitting bird brain. You are nothing but a bitch. Now look at you, dead as can be.
Me kicks his feet up onto the rowboat and leans back with the shit-eating grin, staring at the other two goblins, going, "This is what you wanted."
So it's at this point that you see, you hear them kind of bickering back and forth. And at this point, Klimnos says, fuck, I thought that would have worked. Well, we'll have to resolve it ourselves then. All right, I can't stand to hear him bitch and moan. Can you send him away?
Me will look over at I and give a wink and go, you wish to take the slow route back home so you and him can have your fight about 500 gold?
He says, Captain I says, aye, that would be wonderful.
Deal. He'll snap his fingers as he places them both on Karen's ship just so they could bicker there.
Okay. So yeah, at this point, Captain Klimnos says, well, a deal is a deal. I actually was able to, you kind of see there's a glint in his eye and an arcane magic. As he says, I could tell the information I needed from that conversation. He says, what you did is worth more than probably you would have had on your ship, so I guess we can let you float this day.
Listen, once we get this all settled out and whatnot, we've had our differences, but as you said, honor among thieves. There's the bigger issue here. And he'll relay the information about how the bronze dragon went ahead and died and got her soul taken by the blue cultists, and they're threatening to attack in this amount of days. And he's like, you can keep away, but I wouldn't mind an extra set of hands, and it would be a hell of a time parting with the old crew again.
And he looks at you and he says, well, as much as I would like to join you, as I said, dealing with some of my own right now, as we have business with another. But it was not, as I said in the beginning, it was not a bad time seeing you two. At this point, you see that he waves his hand, and as he does, you can see that some goblins appear in the portholes on the side of the ship, 4 of them, in fact. And as they do, the rest of you that are on the ship, you all of a sudden gain your hearing back. As you can hear the lapping of the water now, and you can hear the breeze in the air that you could feel but not could not hear before.
I can hear.
And if you're ever around, as long as my ship is around, owned or a piece of the ship or so forth, I can always summon the spirits as well, and hopefully in the future I'll be able to summon more. But that's, as I said, that's some of the powers that I have and whatnot. And
we have, motherfucker.
No, you can't summon the spirits.
No, but I can bring people back from the dead, you dingling.
When you says that, me goes, yeah, when you're not handcuffed with magic pink fuzzy ones.
Ooh la la, wee wee.
He gets naked again and dances for the goblins on the boat.
Shaking his butt at him.
But he'll turn back and he'll look at them and say, and then once we all make it to port and the fencing operation is full on, we'll be in touch, I'm sure. Whether us personally or through contacts.
You see that he nods.
He'll lean over and lower his voice some. As far as the rest of them will know, we came to an agreement that will allow us to sail on.
Tell them as anything you need, as long as it is not sour in our mouths.
He leans back and laughs and he goes, and if it wasn't sour, as he's yelling this, then what's the point of shit talking each other?
And so with that, he says, aye, that be the case. Well, you drive a hard bargain, Captain Me. But you and your naked companion here, you have made your point, and we will see to it that we all live another day.
Don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
They accepted this deal without cheating death for a day, so you doesn't have to put a name in the book now.
That's true. He doesn't.
Now, I'm getting my ass back to the ship so I can rest, and I suggest you get your barnacle-ridden ass back up there. Tell your first mate, maybe talking isn't all that bad instead of shooting first.
I'm cold. I'm putting clothes back on.
You see that he gives you this wry smile, and he holds out his hand to shake yours.
Me will shake it without the loogie this time because
Sure.
This isn't a true deal.
As he nods, you feel something in your hand, and he says, and he kind of pulls you a little closer, so only the two of you can hear this, and he says, I told you, I'm working with someone powerful. They might be of interest with you. I'll tell them that he'll be in touch. Keep an eye out for this one. And you feel there's a piece of paper in your hand.
Okay. I'll go ahead and nod, and I'll say, and then if you ever get in trouble with death or anything like that, just tell the ferryman that you want to talk to me. I'll see what deal we can strike. Me or you, as he's technically you's god, and I'm just the in-betweener, because you know how he gets.
You said wiener.
Wiener. All right. So with that, you see that the two rowboats, their rowboat at least, goes back to their ship.
Yeah, I'd go back to the ship too.
Okay. And as it does, there's now new letters in the sky that you can all read. Let me fill this
Bon
out.
voyage. Till next time, mi amigos.
There it is. And as you see the words in the sky, they have changed to the phrase "safe travels, don't stick it in a clam."
You's gonna look over at me. He's like, "You told them about that story too?"
And he just starts laughing and he goes, I didn't tell him. It was probably our old captain. He was telling everybody. I think he even made it a song called like the Blue Oyster Cult or something.
Oh God. All right. So with that, their ship begins to sail off as if carried by an otherworldly wind.
As we are sailing back on the rowboat, me will relay the information to you, saying that he told them about Karen. If anything happens, Ben's just as an extra sense of security, and tell them that whoever their master is might be in touch, and he will tell you to meet him later on with the paper.
Okay, so you have not looked at the paper yet?
I have not.
Okay, cool. Let me know when you do, and I'll send you what it is.
Okay. I'll basically wait until like you and me are slightly alone or could be alone before he does that.
All right, cool. So with that, you guys make your way over onto the ship.
Making your way downtown.
So as a reminder, somebody appeared on our ship? Yeah.
That was the spirit of me and you's old captain.
Who you have kind of seen before.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have seen you take his form before.
And you would have seen the spirit of him partially after we defeated the White Dragon.
Correct.
Okay. And were they too far away for us to hear any of that?
Yes. So you guys were in an area of the silence spell.
When the silence came off.
Oh, no, at that point, yes, the moment that he waved his hands and, you guys heard the, like, I see, you drive a hard bargain. You guys heard that part, but that would have been the moment. Only once you guys saw those goblins appear at the portcullises on the side of the ship, did they break their concentration on the silence.
Question, how?
Okay.
That was silence?
Yes.
Was that like a different... I'm just trying to think. Is our ship bigger than 120 feet?
It was
That's why I said I was walking the distance.
Yeah, so your ship is 105 feet.
Walking the ship.
105. Okay.
Your ship is 105 feet, but they were only 60 feet away from you. But the thing is that, so to understand more about the to understand more about the this pirate crew, the Alpha Shriek Buccaneers, they are chock full of spellcasters, and that is their main method of doing their pirating stuff. So they have all kinds of
multiples.
They have multiple spellcasters of different schools of magic, and so their main thing is to cast the spell Control Weather to create fog that grows thicker, and then once they are within range of your ship, they cast Silence on it, and they basically have the goblins that are concentrating on it go and hide down in the hull. So
yeah, okay. I was like, how did one? And I was calculating here. I was like, this looks bigger, but
yeah,
I think it's just not to scale in regards to how big it is.
The ship is as big as it would be.
That's why I said Iluna would walk the ship, because we've experienced silence before.
Yes.
And we know, even if Iluna doesn't know the exact radiance, she knows that it doesn't extend forever.
Correct.
So to walk the ship, she was hoping to hear something and then be like, Albina, come here. Like, because my idea was to open up use ability if necessary.
Yeah, because basically what you guys were dealing with
Like 4 of those.
was that. So, because this is actually why some of them had guns. They're not actually guns. They are guns that can shoot spells. So it is their spell casting focus. They are spell snipers.
Huh. That's cool. No, I was just wondering because when do I get that as
When
big
do
of
you
a
get the big
area?
silence?
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, like there was one, there was a homebrew sorcerer invocation, because there's like distant spell which allows you to, it allows you to double the range of a spell that you cast. But the thing is, there was one that was like enlarge spell, which allows you to double the area of a spell, but the effects on the effects in the extended area are slightly weakened. Because like a 20-foot radius is big, 40-foot radius is upsettingly huge.
You know what else is huge?
Yeah.
I do, not your
Yeah.
penis.
Cephas. Cephas is
Cephas is fucking huge.
I have
Turn
questions.
this mic on just to laugh.
Don't stick it in a clam.
That's why that message is up there. It's because Woo's was so big until he stuck it in a clam.
That's right.
So we could have heard them. I don't know. After the silence was broken,
Yes.
that some kind of deal was made.
Yep.
But on the way back, he said stuff to you. I'm leaning that he was trying to be quiet about it, but me is never quiet about anything. So,
well,
I'm not.
Was me trying to tell that stuff to you quietly?
He was saying.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Then he said it quietly.
You think you can pass my
But
stealth?
Your stealth.
You can't pass my stealth.
We wouldn't dream of it.
I'm not sure what you're asking, but
I'm like,
the stealth of whispering.
Yep.
Anyhow, but as they come on board, let's see. We have seen 3 messages. 2 of them were, well, one was rather threatening. Where's the other one? Come on.
Me will come up onto the ship and I'll say, well, that was a successful parlay.
I mean,
Now
that's
I'm
over to
hungry.
you. Are you okay? Why'd they make you
What
strip?
happened?
Oh, they didn't make
And
him strip.
what
he
about a
just did
clam?
that.
Is that part of the deal? I'm just worried.
Nah, it's just friendly advice us pirates give to each other. Listen, it gets lonely out on the seas, and some objects look more appealing than others.
sometimes you don't have pie.
Oh,
Wait a
okay.
minute.
I don't know. I mean, we just saw a big clam. I was just wondering if it had something to do with him.
Let's get back to port. You
So
with
this
me.
deal,
Bless you, bless you, bless you.
does it involve? I'm glad you're able to arrange some.
The
How
deal
much? How much are
involved-
we involved?
You guys aren't involved that much, actually. I mean, we were given safe passage, so that was involved. Other than that, it just took some gold out of my pocket and a few magic items I might have found throughout.
You know, some lives here and there.
Okay, it must have been quite a deal. They were quite threatening with those messages and silencing.
We used to sail with them
They
back
certainly
in the day.
didn't want us. They certainly didn't want us casting much magic.
Can I cast Scry on their ship or on their captain as he's getting back to the boat?
Yeah, you can cast Scry.
And and talking to his shipmates or whatnot?
Sure.
Yeah, it involved some spirits of the damned, that sort of stuff. Apparently, they're trying to get something from their captain. When you can talk to spirits,
What was-
everybody wants to talk to
Target.
their dead father or mother, apparently.
Was that the other ghost?
Yeah.
Because
Now, if you excuse me, I have to do some paperwork here to finalize this deal. You come with me.
I gotta roll.
And that's when he'll
Wow.
drag him into the captain's quarters to go ahead and look at the paper with him.
The fuck you wisdom checking?
Worry about it.
You rolled. I'm very worried about it.
I said I was casting Scry.
Yeah. Smith said he was casting
Oh.
Scry.
Oh no! The wisdom check was to see if there's actually a fireball tied to this piece of paper.
um,
I'm gonna ask Steph just
I
to
would
cover
go
me for a
back
moment.
down to our passengers and let them know the very little I don't know. Just me and you made a deal.
They made a deal with the devil.
No, we already did
And
that.
everything seems fine now. But what
I
with
was
the
saying we
clam,
were
I
the
guess.
devil.
That's the part me didn't tell you guys. Everybody has to attempt to fuck a clam now. It's part of the deal.
Deal with the devil.
I tried to get information from a clam.
Oh my goodness.
They
You
just
just made me
disappeared.
realize something. Why they say something in Spanish. Huh.
What?
I'm talking about fucking a clam and it apparently unleashed Spanish and Spanish within him.
Well,
I'm confused.
I'll tell you later.
I'm quite intrigued.
Hannah just lost more innocent.
No, this is a way of people say things in Spanish, and it's I just realized it. It's literally the clam of your, and then I don't like to say the whole thing, but yeah. It's I'll write it down for you guys.
Okay. I'm so terrified now.
I know, right?
Listen, it can't be any worse than the wild magic barbarian I'm making, who is a small little halfling, heard somebody say something or call him something, and he thought it was a cool nickname. So now he goes by El Pendejo.
Yes.
Goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the clam of your mother?
Why?
Pretty much. But it just hit
Yeah.
me that if they're not. I never understood why they would say that because I was considering the Mexican bread called concha. This is the shape of like a clam.
Yeah.
And you guys just made me realize that.
Now you know.
The more you know.
Insert rainbow.
Mana, mana,
All right.
mana, mana.
Smith, we'll address you first. So, as you stand there on the ship and their ship has taken off, you cast scrying on Captain Klimno. As your vision begins to twist and distort to your own senses, eventually you begin to see inside of the ship that you just were watching across from you, but a short 60 feet away, with a bead of fireballs prepared in your back pocket. You hear this grumbling in goblinoid, or in goblin, around you all. And you can hear them chattering to one another in goblin. What you see is the confused looks on the on the different goblins' faces as Captain Klimno seems to be making his way through the ship until he enters what appears to be his captain's quarters. And as you are watching this, you see in this room Captain Klimno, and followed by First Mate Wixivs, moving over to a right next to where a cabinet is. And next to this cabinet, there's a draped piece of cloth. And as you're watching this, you can again still hear the goblinoid speak up on the ship and around him, and you hear the two of them talking to one another. Unfortunately, you don't know Goblin, so you're not exactly sure what they're saying. But you see the two of them walk over to this cloth and pull it off. And as they do, underneath it is what appears to be a fairly mundane looking chest, but it has a pristine gold lock on the front. And the two of them are standing there, and you see Wixiv, and he says, in, you hear him saying Goblin, he's like, Captain Klimno says,
When did he turn to Jabba the Hutt?
yeah.
That sounded dirty.
And you see that he like kind of points to his head, and then he says, and as he's saying this, you see that he rubs his hand over the chest, and glyphs and runes appear on it as he mutters something in not Goblin, but you recognize it as Elvish. And he says, "Open for me, as I am your master. I call upon you to get me there faster." And as he says this, you see that the box itself kind of shudders, and a small compartment opens on the side. And inside of that compartment is a golden key. And you see Wixiv, his eyes go wide. And Captain Klimno has this huge smile that goes across his face. And as he takes it out, he puts it into this chest and turns it. And you can hear the tumbler in it turning, and it sounds extremely mechanical. And as it opens up, you see inside of this chest is a massive pile of gold and platinum coins, as well as various small gemstones and pieces of jewelry. And you see the two of them look at each other, and their eyes go wide, and they kind of mutter something to one another. And the only thing that you can actually make out of it is you can hear Klimno say something about me, as you recognize at least the word me, or the name. At this point, you see Klimno shut the box, and he puts the key back where it belongs, and then he puts the towel back over it, and he looks at Wixiv and he says something in Goblin, and Wixiv nods, and they go to leave the room. Do you maintain your scrying at this point? Your mic is muted if you're saying something.
My bad. How long's it been? Like 3 minutes? Something like that?
Yeah, I would say yeah, maybe like 3 minutes.
I want to know more about what happened, and I was hoping to figure out what happened. By spying on them. What time of day is it? Is it
Right
about long
now,
rest time?
no, right now it's about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Are we planning on getting into anything?
I have no more plans on combat.
I mean, like, are we close to the city? Where are we going? Lydon?
You guys are going back to Lylon at this point.
Lylon.
Hmm.
How close are we there?
It's still going to be about another, guess if there, wait, hold on. Actually, look at my thing here. Session. Yeah, so it would be at least another day before you would get back to Lylon.
Okay, but it's about 4 or 5 in the afternoon?
Yeah.
I figure I can waste another spell slot. I want to scry on you. Are you and me going into a room together?
Yes, in fact,
Or doing
that's where they were
Discuss
going. They
something?
were going somewhere private to discuss something.
I'll scry on them.
Okay.
What's scry based on? Is it like wisdom?
Yes.
Would I know who would have less wisdom theoretically?
Not mechanically, no.
Okay. I'm gonna go with
First
scry
off,
on you.
that's rude.
I was gonna say you.
I want to scry on you.
Okay. All right. So
Or you.
so you know you know the target well. And so you would have a likeness of him in your mind, because you don't have a possession of his or a garment or a body part or anything like
Bullshit.
what?
He has my fucking thing.
What thing?
He does. He
He
has
has my alcohol.
Oh, he does have your
Oh.
yes, he does. He does have your jug. You do have a possession of his.
God damn it.
So what this is gonna do is
At least Aaron's being honest.
that's very true. I commend you for that. Okay, so Aaron,
I know that Smith would have called me out if it was the reverse. of the
true.
rule. And he's
Can
helped me
I-
and screwed me all at the same time. So I'm like,
Can I also
fuck it.
turn around and partially screw Smith, saying that he doesn't know what Aaron actually looks like, what you actually look
well,
like?
but he knows him.
I
Like,
know.
yeah. So because you are familiar with him and you have a possession of his, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, the DC of which is 27.
Okay.
I need a nat 20.
You would
Yeah.
not even succeed with a nat 20. This
Yes,
is
I would.
huh?
You said
Lucas
saving
doesn't
throw.
follow the rules of nat 20.
Oh,
as
you
an
do have a
instant
plus 7
success.
wisdom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right.
That's why I'm saying I need a
You
nat
do
20
need a
in
nat
order-
20. You absolutely need a nat 20.
Fuck.
Damn, very close.
I have
Damn,
inspiration.
so
I have
close.
inspiration.
Don't waste it.
I'm gonna lose it anyway.
He is going to lose it
guess
by the
so.
end of the day. Yeah, burn it.
Just use it.
Fuck.
Damn.
Damn.
Yeah, so scrying basically imposes save modifiers. If you only have like secondhand knowledge of a creature, they get a +5 towards the save. But if you're familiar, they have a -5. And if you have a possession of theirs, it's an additional -4. If he would have had a body part, his save DC would have been 33. It's
Now, is
the
hair
only-
considered as a
it is actually a
The
body part or a
only
lock of
good
hair,
thing-
a bit of nail, or the
What?
like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Smith's collecting locks of hair off
That-
of everyone.
yeah, that would be hilarious.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Joke's on you.
So
He
Smith,
has no hair.
I doubt
Um,
they'd be going over anything in game.
Yeah.
But out of game, they might be discussing what happened with the deal, right?
well,
So what I
this is something that is
how does
going.
this work?
This is going to be something that goes down in game because this is something that they're
Okay.
they're discussing.
I didn't realize they were legitimately discussing this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I
So
have to pee right quick, so I'll be right back.
yeah, you know what? That's fine.
I mean, that's fine. I'm just gonna say what, like, not exactly what we already know. I'm just gonna open up the piece of paper and let Wu see it. Because
Yeah.
once we're in there, it's basically just gonna be
showing him what's on the
man, that
paper.
deal. It's first gonna be, man, that deal went ahead and took a lot. Well, not a lot now, but hopefully whatever they got from their original captain then was good enough that we're no longer going to be harmed. So let's go ahead and take a look at this.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I had in mind there was, depending on who did actually go down and parlay, because any of you could have. I mean, Hannah wasn't here for the very beginning, so I was hesitant on her. Just because I didn't want to role play for her character. But there was technically one thing that each one of you could have presented to them that would have given them a reason to work with you guys, and bringing up those fucking soul coins. That was the one thing you could have done.
Solve the riddle out of curiosity.
What's that?
Wasn't there a riddle they were trying to solve?
Yeah.
How they solved
Yeah,
it?
and apparently
Sounds like they solved it.
Yeah, whatever their captain said or whatever was solved, so they got essentially all the gold and gemstones and all that.
I would have gladly used knock for him.
They actually already tried knock. That was
knock wouldn't work?
That was the
That worked
problem.
on magical chests too.
You would think it would, but it did not work on that particular one.
But yeah, I'll open up the paper.
So
And I don't know where you want to post it, since me, Aaron, and Smith will now see the paper.
Yeah. Hold on. I
think there is some weird private chat with just the four of us.
I'm
somewhere.
sure. There it is.
Oh, you posted it? Let me see here.
I put it in Messenger.
I know what you said about me.
I did.
I know you're talking about me.
I know you're talking about me, Smith.
Jesus Christ! Upon seeing that bottom part, me runs to the window and throws it out immediately. He yeets that paper out of the back window of the captain's area immediately.
Does Albina see this?
We're in a private room.
You'll know something in a moment.
Oh no, maybe we see a piece of
No,
paper.
I didn't know if you came running
flies out
outside
the
of some
window.
room
No.
and like threw stuff out, and I was like,
he's throwing it out of the window of the captain's quarters. There's no time to even come out of the room with it.
Got it.
Smith will know what it said.
Yeah.
Smith will understand what's happening.
As
I'll be wanting to message you and just let him know, like, hey, when you're ready, I can release you.
But yeah, he launches the paper ball out of the back upon reading the note that he lets you read as well.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll tell Aaron. So Aaron, as you and me are in your private room, me says to you, oh, that deal took a lot. I wonder, what he got from the captain. And he's like, what's on this note? And if you look in Messenger right now, as me, you and Smith are the only ones privy to this information at this exact moment.
It's on Messenger. Just read the bottom lines and you will understand why me immediately freaked out, went running to the window and launched it out.
How far was this launched out the window? Like safe distance away?
Does he ball it up? Does he ball it up, or does he just like kind of let it go wafting?
No, he's pulling it up and he's launching it.
Why didn't you just burn it?
You'll understand soon enough.
So, a moment later, as a few seconds go by, after me and you have gone down into this room to talk about things, Smith is up on the front of the ship scrying. Next thing you know, about 20 seconds later, you guys hear this massive explosion behind the ship, as a fireball goes off a distance away from the ship.
What? Who's shooting fireballs?
Those fuckers put a fireball on the page!
I'm not going to
Wait,
reveal.
so while I'm downstairs trying to call my passengers,
Yes, you hear
and
the
tell 'em
sound of a
everything's
fire.
okay.
You hear the sound of an
It's-
explosion go off.
everything's cool. It's fine.
Me
Abina's
will,
gonna
And
be
I
like,
don't know what the
what
hell
is
that.
Smith up to?
me will gather his breath and everything, gather his emotion, and come walking out of the captain's room, essentially just laughing hysterically, going, "Those rat bastards!"
So I'm not going to reveal. I'm
Is
not going to
that,
reveal.
like on the same floor?
No,
Luna would
they
be
yes. Or no, actually, it wouldn't have been. It's technically the captain's quarters where they would have been discussing this is directly below the helm. So you still would have been 2 levels below. Yeah, for what it's worth, I'm not going to reveal what the main part of this note said. But
if somebody asks, me would tell them and be like,
but
he would just.
This
tell
is
them,
what
like,
they
"Yeah,
saw.
I was gonna explain."
This is what the little bottom piece was. Also, I love the fact that the font that I use, the F and the B, when the B is rotated around, it almost looks like a kiss. So whenever it's combined with the F, so I was
Really
like, this is so appropriate that a goblin would do this.
Oh,
It looks like the lips.
is that? Those are supposed to be letters.
Yes, that is an F and a B, because that is
Fireball, yeah.
their glyph of warding fireball. That once this note was open,
It
30
definitely
seconds.
more looks like what you said.
Yeah,
So
30 seconds
didn't
would
even
pass
notice.
and it would explode.
Interesting. Huh.
Yeah.
Me will come out and after he's laughing and calls them a bunch of rat bastards. But upon seeing the name, he is going to want to go talk to Smith because he believes Smith is the only one that's like more attuned. Or in me's mind, every sorcerer or every wizard knows every other sorcerer and wizard.
That's
And
understandable.
upon following
Good thing there was
Smith,
a window in there.
and upon following Smith all the way to the wizard's tower invisibly.
I don't recognize the name.
Oh, you should.
I know I should. Is it the one I was crying on earlier? Oh, okay.
Yeah. That 4th letter there is a bit deceiving.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I thought that was a Y, not a Z. Regardless, me will walk up to Smith and tap him on the shoulder. If anybody wants to ask what the explosion was, they're more than welcome
Yes.
to.
Abina is.
Luna would be like,
you.
why? She would run up
You ain't
after
saying
calming her
shit.
passengers
No, she was gonna be like,
for
"Are you
the
okay?"
like 3rd
and
time,
release you at the same
and
time.
be like, "I'm gonna find out what's going on."
Yeah, the passengers below are just kind of like shaking.
If he's coming out to meet us, I'm gonna end this crying.
Okay, I
If they're done
assume.
discussing.
Yeah.
Me still laughing will just go, "Ooh, those rat bastards went ahead and passed on a note of a name, and then they laced a fireball to it. Oh, classic pirating."
I thought
Oh,
Smith started this
that's
all
it.
with some fireballs.
Smith.
It's just out
So
there.
they didn't really discuss what happened, what they agreed on, right?
They have not yet. No, they have not fully discussed everything. They basically got onto the ship. They went and
As far
talked.
as everyone knows, it's costing me a lot, and it cost some magic items. That's what he's leaving it as. Oh,
Yeah,
and Smith would know that he said whatever they got from their old pyre captain was worth a good bit, as that's what leaned him more.
What
they
what
got
exactly did it? Yeah, what did it cost you? What exactly happened? He left you this
Maybe-
note that exploded. Is he? Are they going to be coming back after us?
No, no.
You said we were safe.
We
Everybody
are
and
safe.
passengers.
We are safe, given it is a pirate's life. Who knows? They might come back. We might have to parlay again. I might have to forfeit more of my treasures. They wanted to talk to their old captain because of a riddle or some sort that they couldn't figure out for a key. Assuming the key was for a chest, I don't know anything beyond that. So I gave them that. I gave them a few magic items, and I gave them some of my gold.
Mm-hmm.
That is the deal
And they
we
still
struck
tried to
with them.
blow us up or you up?
He chuckles
Oh,
and he goes,
nice.
that's just good intentions. he'll turn to Smith and be like, however, the name on the parchment, and because they said they struck a deal with a magic person or something like that, a grand wizard or something. I don't know. That's how they have all the spells. The ship they have has warding on it and all that stuff. And they said they might be coming close by to have a chat. Maybe you know them. He'll go ahead and say the name. It's what? Eldrin Grazov?
Eldrin Grazov.
Wait,
Yeah.
Grazov.
Another Grazov.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's
Not
who they made a
again.
deal with. Said that he might be interested in whatever I have and
Wait.
that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The brother.
Me shrugs. He has no idea what they're
Brother.
talking about.
No.
Almo.
The brother the devil mentioned.
Did the devil mention that name?
No, he mentioned a brother.
Oh. Oh.
No. Elmo.
Almo Grazov.
This is what 6+ weeks does to my memory.
I know.
A brother
know
was mentioned during that.
Yeah, can you
Or
refresh my
just
memory?
before that fight.
Yeah, because Elmo Grazov
one who
was
made
evil
the
wizard
deal.
with the devil or whatever, but then said about the deals off or something like that. But
Because the deal was with a brother, not with Elmo.
Oh.
They're both involved in Maggie, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was the one that polymorphed her, right?
So I'm going to give you guys the information because your characters would remember this. You guys have not heard the name Eldrin.
No.
You guys have heard the name Almo, who was the necromancer you guys fought north of Neverwinter, that you guys killed, and who basically showed up when you guys were trying to recover Maggie's soul, who said, that's right, you killed one of me and you stole my robes, so I stole the soul of that little girl. Fuck you, Phandalin Five, the name doesn't make sense. You had more than that even when you fought me, but you think it's that easy to kill a necromancer. Fuck you, I have phylacteries all across the Sword Coast. You'll never be rid of me, and my family grows stronger every day.
Joke's on you, I killed a devil.
Ashwagoth, do with them what you want, kill them and be rid, and the girl's yours for eternity. But it says they killed me, they killed one of me, so the deal with my brother is now altered. So you guys knew of Almo. You guys also knew of Breen, who was the one that you guys learned the name of from Zelene, who is the master transmuter. You guys also learned of where is that name?
Beth.
Yes, thank you. Beth Grazovinsky. Beth Jesus Grazovinsky.
Beth Jesus. I was just trying to remember because it was after
CEO, entrepreneur.
Yes. And I was trying to flip the name.
So the thing is that Beth Jesus Grazovinsky, she is the head of the Perfectone Mercantile Group, who is the group that basically transports stuff via magic, with their slogan, "Traverse the arcane, instant everywhere." They're the rival of the Wagon Wheel Cloak Society that Reginald works for, and that Maggie's family was also members of and ran a depot in a town.
I would probably ask Reginald if he heard of that brother name, if it rings a bell.
Of which brother?
The one we just learned.
Eldrin? No. Reginald is completely unaware of that name. Much to his own credit, he was also unaware of the name Breen Grazov and Almo, as that is all information he was unaware of.
Can I upcast scrying or no? Like a level 6.
Hold on.
I don't think it gets any additional benefit, but is that a thing?
Well, I mean, you could cast scrying again at with a higher level slot. It just gains you no additional benefits.
Okay. Who did I cast scrying on the one wizard?
Breen. You casted it on Breen, who was the name that you got regarding the wizard that would have turned Maggie. So basically, because you used those, you used the bell and whatnot that turned them into animals to help you scry on him.
And that's Breen?
That was Breen Grazov, yes, Master Transmuter.
And then who is the I think it was a sister?
His sister is Beth Jesus Grazovinsky.
Okay.
Here, let me do something here.
I kind of want to ask Maggie, but I don't want to traumatize poor girl even further.
Yeah, I would suggest we just write
Almo
it down and
Grazov
ask
was
her
a
at a later point in
necromancer.
time.
Breen Grazov was a brother of Almo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then they also have a sister, right?
Yep.
Okay. And we killed Almo, supposedly, right?
Mm-hmm. But he definitely showed up to kind of badmouth you guys.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Brent.
And then called the
Was
devil a bitch and stabbed it.
Is it Breen
Breen, yes.
Grazov? He was the one that saw my scrying, right?
Correct. And as he was talking to his sister, because you basically caught just the faintest glimpse of her face, but he noticed your scrying orb and dispelled it, saying that there were prying eyes.
And so we have no idea who Eldrin is, right?
Correct. All you know is from what is from what Captain Klimno told me, which is that he's a powerful evoker wizard.
So Breen's a transmuter.
Let us know that
they're
working for him. Okay.
Yeah, he said that, saying that this is who their master is, said the name, and basically just said apparently
arguably he said that they were working for him.
Yeah.
This whole family, man.
What, you recognize the name?
Trying to fight Grazov.
Oh yeah, we recognize the name.
Transporting people, but probably doing much more now. They stole an entire family and turned them into animals. I mean, at least one. Probably more.
The good old human transport.
But like Iluna would be kind of
Yeah,
fuming
transport.
that ships sailed away. Not necessarily expecting that our crew could have taken them all out, but letting people that work for the, the one who wrecked Maggie's life get away. They were right there. Silently fuming.
Wait,
And
what?
what? Iluna would be silently fuming. She wouldn't be saying anything, but it would probably be apparent on her face
No,
that
what?
they're working for those
Oh,
who
I
got
got you.
away,
I got what you're saying now.
who wrecked Maggie's life and her entire family. And she'd probably just be like, and you did a deal with them.
Deal with the devil.
Well, we did a deal. They did a deal. Well, out of game. We don't know. They didn't know until after the fact.
Well, it doesn't mean she's not going to be like fuming anyhow. Like, I mean,
Understandable to be annoyed.
you find out information, you'd still be mad. Like, it's their fault or not their fault directly. She's just like, and now there's a deal. How can we twist that deal?
We can't. It's set in stone.
You pirates twist every deal, don't you?
We do, but the only things that we really twist is giving each other a paper bomb that could explode and kill everyone, or offer them a cheat at death and then you take it away in the last second so then they forget about it by wording something else. Saying that you'll give them 35% of all of your profits in the near future, when in actuality you're going to say, oh, profits were low this time, so you give them 20%.
Or I make all the profits instead of me gets all the or you gets all the profits, where me doesn't make profit.
Me just pats Hugh's head. It's okay. You'll figure it out.
So you'll see them again.
Not for a while, I'm sure. I tried getting them to help out to fight the Blue Dragon cult. They said they have things they gotta do. Who knows when we'll meet again? Even if we meet directly. We usually send contacts. It's very rare that the captains and first mates do all the talking. Usually only in situations like the parlay.
Ooh, wee. I'm hungry.
Hey,
When do I
Lucas,
get my
Yo,
profit?
buddy.
can I use scry on? I think it's a long shot. But can I try it on Eldrin?
Sure.
Wait,
Burn up all your spell slots.
does he say he's going to do this?
Okay, so
I wasn't planning on it, but I guess I can.
so this is only secondhand information, so you've only heard of the target, so he's going to get a +5. So that reduces the DC down to 13.
Ooh. And what does he have to? He has to add his wisdom modifier.
He's going to make a wisdom saving throw. Now keep in mind, you are also a wizard, so at least mechanically, wizards are proficient in wisdom saving throws. You just don't know his skewer.
The chances are extremely unlikely that it's going to work.
We'll see.
Right?
Chances are kind of low, yeah.
Are they even feasible?
It's feasible. I mean, if I roll like a 1.
Well, we had these bracelets. I don't know if they'd help or hinder. The polymorph ones. But I think they belong to Almo, so I don't... Iluna would be saying this to Smith if he said he's going to try and scry, but I don't know if they belong to Elmo or if they belong to whoever this other guy is. They seem to help before, but I don't think it's connected to him directly. This new guy.
Or I wonder if it'd be a funny benefit to do it on any of the other 3 siblings or 2 siblings.
That's your call.
I don't. By the way, mechanically, can we take like a short rest and then I'll use my recovery and get my spell slots back? Or if we're not going to get into any combat, I guess it doesn't matter. We'll just cast it.
Yeah, it's not going to be a big deal.
Let's do it on the sister.
So you basically only have her face in mind because you only just caught a glimpse of her that one time. So
I know her name, don't I?
You know her name.
No.
You also
we had a poster.
Who would it be better on? Well, I don't have anything of Brand. Do I have anything of Brand? Oh, you said we saw the bracelets. I thought we gave those to
I will give you guys the information. Bringing Grazov is connected to the bracelets. He's the one that created those. Reginald did have a poster of Beth Jesus, and that is in his carriage back in Lylon.
I mean, you do have Elmo's robes. If you wanted to spread it.
Yeah, let's see what he's up to.
How well that would help.
Do you want to scry on Almo?
Yeah, as far as I know, he's still alive, right?
As far as you know. And you do have his possession. You have his garment.
He's the one who sold Maggie off, right? Basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so you're familiar with him. You have first-hand knowledge of him. You don't know him well. You first-hand knowledge, so that's going to keep that 0. But the possession is going to reduce, or is going to make the save modifier for him a -4. So
Elmo, that's not.
That to me does not establish you know the target well. That would be more along the lines of like Tolbin. I would even say Marigold would not even be under that vein of you know the target well. Okay. He fails. So, Smith, you are...
What's that little guy up to?
So, as your vision clouds and your scrying orb begins to take shape, you look around in this moment. You are somewhere dark. You can hear the dripping sounds of water somewhere. And as you look about to take in the information, you see Almo Grazov standing beside a workbench. This bench seems to be sat next to a stone cave wall. There's a number of different papers that are across it, stacked upon some boxes and crates. Around him, you see are various vials of different colored liquids. And in the corner of the room, you see that there is a massive pile of human bodies. As you take a look at him, you see that he is looking at this table with all these papers. You kind of hear him muttering to himself. Yeah, damn it. Yeah, of course he couldn't do anything that I needed him to do anyway. Oh well. I will continue to rebuild. Ashwagoth was not worth his salt. You see that he reaches over, grabs a vial off of the table. As he is reading this, you see his arm, rated about mid-bicep. It begins to detach from his shoulder and starts to fall. And he quickly grabs it, kind of sets it down on the table, reaches over and like grabs an elixir and drinks it back, as you see the flesh beginning to slowly mend itself. As he pulls his arm back up, he goes, "That damn one with the halberd. Who carries a halberd? They're a fucking farming village." And as he says this, he looks back at the pile of bodies that is on the floor, and he says, "Oh yeah, that's right. You, the overzealous one." And he goes over and he starts poking at a body in this pile of bodies. And he says, "You just couldn't stay away." No, of course not. Gotta be a hero. And that's whenever you actually realize the one on the floor is not fully dead yet, as you hear him groan. And Almo says, "Oh, you have some more life in you, don't you?" And you hear a strained voice say, "Damn you. You're a monster." And Almo looks down at him and says, "No, you're the monster." And as he says this, he takes his staff and he stabs it into this man's skull. You hear the life drain out of this man instantly as his body begins to shudder and shake, as the head starts to rise and the body begins to lift it up with the staff still embedded into his head. Almo takes the staff and rips it out of his skull, and you see the body just kind of like standing there kind of motionlessly, or not motionlessly, listlessly. And he says, "Now, you want to be the hero? Move these fucking bodies out of my way. Go put them in the pit with the others." And the body just kind of aimlessly goes over, grabs what appears to be a dead woman, and just starts unceremoniously dragging it by the foot, leading away from where your scrying orb can see. And Almo goes over to the table and drinks another potion. You see, he's just kind of looking around, and he goes, "Now, back to my work. If I were trying to hide, where would I keep them?" You see that he starts going through some of the papers on his table. Do you take any particular look at the table and what he's looking at?
Hey, Lucas.
Yes?
Are we going to be doing much else tonight? Only because my ear's starting to really bother me with the ear infection and shit. And...
After this, I was more or less going to get you guys back to Lylon, and that's where we were going to be ending it for the night.
Okay. Do you care if I dip now? Then
No,
you
you're
just
good.
give me the.
Yeah, I'll give you the cliff
thank
notes.
you.
No worries, buddy. Feel
Thank
better.
you. Thank you.
Take
Bye.
care.
Yeah, look at the table and whatnot. What he's looking at.
So when you look at the table, you see two things that stand out to you. The first is that there's a map on the table. And at first you can't quite place it. It's an odd shaped map. But as you are able to, as your orb is able to get a better position, you then realize what it is you're looking at. And I'm going to send you a picture of it.
Yeah, I get to see a picture of it?
No, not you.
But you said you're going to send you a picture of it.
I did. I sent it to Smith.
But Smith's not you. Smith is Smith.
I'll punch you in the dick one of these days.
Not if I can do it first.
Be my
Only
guest.
if I can find it.
God.
Oh, you guys.
You've missed us, Hannah.
I have.
City of Brass, that's on the plane of fire, isn't it?
It is.
So this is the map of the City of Brass?
That is, in fact.
Huh. And that's what he's looking at right now, or?
That is what he is looking at.
Oh goodness, more questions.
Give me one moment.
One,
Ooh. Something real quick. So, on the table next to this, there is one other thing that you see. One second.
And what were the cultists after? They're about planar travel in general, not about a particular plane.
Not about a particular plane that you know of, but I mean, I will say that you have at least the insight that the ones that you guys fought went to a plane where it seemed to be full of air and like lightning and thunder and stuff like that, which based on Smith's knowledge, you would gather that that was the plane of air. God damn it. Of course, this thing wants to be difficult.
No, you're just being difficult.
I actually am. I'm being incredibly right now.
Motherfucker.
Damn.
One thing is to look good. And I don't like preparing them beforehand because I never know what I'm going to need.
I know the feeling.
So Smith,
Yeah, with our group, it's hard.
the other thing that catches your eye sitting next to this map is a small piece of paper that has a name scrawled on it. And I sent you another message.
Take a look. What's that first? The first letter of the second name?
I'm gonna say you know it instinctively. That would be Thalizan.
I say that Eileen is writing a bunch of notes about today's encounter specifically.
Okay.
Like what everyone looked like. Any details she can remember.
Sure.
That she heard.
Yep. Visual
Everything
information would be good. And as he is looking at that's because I just came up with it, Smith.
Oh, okay.
That's why I was like typing furiously over here. Also had to make it look appropriate. But yes, as he is looking at this map, you hear him murmuring to himself as he goes, "If I was hiding, where would I hide him?"
Okay. Huh. Is that about all I learned in the 10 minutes?
Yeah, because at that point, like, he's not really saying anything more out loud.
I'm gonna focus on this work. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't recognize any of the bodies, I'm assuming.
No, just a pile of indiscriminate humans. You see there are men, women, children, all manner of ages, just in a pile, unceremoniously shoved in the corner of this room he's in.
That monster. What can you tell me about his surroundings? Anything I can
From
use
what
to
you
my
can
advantage?
see, he appears to be in some kind of cave or in some kind of lair. The walls are not neatly hewn. This appears more similar to when you guys went to his tower. You guys, he had his tower above, but he had his lair below. This appears more like the lair, but not as thoroughly furnished, and also like much danker. Fuck, Aaron.
I don't know what danker means, but it made me giggle.
Dank, as in the word.
You said danker.
Dank, yeah, as in like moist and dark, but so.
Moist.
So, laying the seeds of adventure.
Mm-hmm.
So,
we don't have enough.
when you come out of scrying, do you want to do anything else? Do you want to tell anybody, or
anyone around me?
I mean, sure. We'll.
If everyone's just doing their own thing, I'll kind of just keep it to myself.
I would have thought.
What does Smith look like?
That's
when
why I
he's
was trying to
scrying?
establish beforehand if Smith was letting us know.
Well, I was letting Seftis know.
Yeah, Seftis knew, because Seftis had agreed to keep an eye on him while he's doing that. And I mean, when you scry, you kind of are
some
like.
of the suggestions.
I'll just say
were from my Luna, but
I'll just say thanks to Seftis, and I was doing a bit of scrying, and just kind of left me with more questions. I was yeah, I'll let if Eiluna's there, I'll let whoever's around let him know that that I was scrying on it was Almo, right?
Almo, yep.
Yeah. And what I found out basically, and had to do with my mentor, and he was looking at this city of brass and the planet fire. I'll tell him everything. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, he describes a map that was labeled City of Brass that has various locations, such as the Charcoal Palace, the Furnace, the Magma Gate, the Foundry, all kinds of places like that.
He seems like he's looking for my my mentor. I don't know why. I mean, other than I'm looking for him too, but that's for a different reason. I don't know why he's looking for him. Yeah. More questions.
I had a lot more questions. Why they would be doing anything they're doing. All we know is Maggie's family.
Yeah.
And how on earth that would tie to your mentor. Weirdly coincidental. She says half out of character and half in character. And we're supposed to be fighting these cultists.
Yeah, it's crazy how things like connect, Maggie's family was tied to Breen. Zelene was tied to Breen.
Like how the DM plans.
Zash's family was tied to Almo because Almo, had initially, turned Zash's brother into a shade. now you got, some new wizard showing up who's apparently a master evoker, and Almo is looking for Smith's old master or mentor. Sorry. It's crazy.
I feel like Iluna would want to know more about his mentor, but wouldn't press him. If you ever feel like sharing more of his story. I'm wondering how much Smith actually knows about his mentor. out of game. I know DMs embellish things time to time.
We gotta find out more on Eldrin. Find something, possession or something, or find out what he looks like.
Hell yeah.
So we can scry on him. Figure out where he is, whatnot.
All right. Well, if nobody else is doing anything, does anybody want to do anything before you guys
fish? I want to fish.
Continue. Okay.
Fish. I want to say Iluna would ask me if he would talk about what he knows about the crew, but he's not here, so maybe I can just.
You would interrupt and say no.
What?
Maybe she would ask me.
What information? What specifically would you be asking him?
When he knows of their history, but why they would get in with this sort of business.
I think I can.
If they would work another deal, I don't know.
I think I could probably surmise Me's response as, they're a bunch of fuckers. They go by these weird names where they're all just letters of the alphabet. As for if they would make another deal, I mean, they made a deal with me. But, yeah, that would be something you'd have to maybe talk to him about.
Remember, we're supposedly traveling. It was a couple of hours. I mean, at least a day.
Yep, it's gonna be a day. So the next day, the rest of the day goes by uneventful. You is spending time fishing. Weather for
getting used to his long pole.
Yep, getting used to his long pole. And as the evening of the next day comes, It is that point that you see land and the natural harbor, that of the town of Lylon. As you have now made it back to land, safety, and salvation.
Would Albina, I guess Iluna might have asked if we were nearby, if Albina might let them know we're almost back.
Well, I mean, I'm sure Me's probably,
Albina can't do that.
if Albina doesn't, I'm sure Me's probably up on the deck like, land ho! Get ready to get the fuck off my ship.
And we'll just let me master that.
Yeah.
What? They're not waiting for their prisoner?
Well, actually,
in
fact,
the other half of that trial.
In fact, that is the case.
I was like, wait, what prisoner?
Yeah.
You forgot.
Oh, yeah, you.
Technically, it's
So-
not fully resolved, unfortunately.
So, when you guys pull up to the dock, you see there's a crowd that has formed. Some of the commoners here in town, and you see a few familiar faces. You see good old oh god, my mind is slipping. You see good old Elmar Barthen with Ander and Thistle. You also see your good friend, where it is, there it is, Griselda Copperrot, and working here down at the docks is Valdi Estepar. You also see Marigold standing further in the back, up on the hillside above the buildings, and standing next to Griselda, you see Vangal Custcult, who is the priest of Tyr, the one that adjudicates the legal disputes here.
But no Astor. I didn't know if he's in their ranks or not.
You also
Slightly
see
not quite part of their group.
you also see Sadie standing next to Gallio Elibro. As
Yeah, my bro.
as the ship has garnered a bit of attention coming in with its size and also appearance. So as you are pulling up, Reginald, Tolbin, Zaline, and Maggie all come up to the deck. And when Maggie looks out over the crowd as Tolbin and Zaline are helping her down the side of the ship, and she steps out onto the platform of the dock, you can see in the back Thistle running through the crowd as she runs up to Maggie with tears in her eyes and throws her arms around her, embracing Maggie in a tight hug.
I was about to ask, how does the whistle go through a crowd?
No, Thistle. As Valdi comes over to the side of the ship and she says, "All right, you're gonna have to get off of there soon. We suspect we got a bit of a storm coming in tonight. So we're gonna want the ships out in the harbor."
He'd make his own way.
We're gonna tell the ship where to kind of go. Like, hey, they recommend you to go here.
That's fine. Since Jared's not here at the moment, I'm actually going to have it that me will go and essentially park the boat, and that he'll bring one of the rowboats back. That was just my way of addressing me not being here. But you guys are able to disembark off of Emberlost, and you just gotta tell me where you guys want to go and if you want to do anything at this point.
Are they waiting for me to take me to finish up my trial, or?
As you step off the ship,
I was say, as soon as I see them,
yeah,
I'm going to hand my staff to Albina.
Okay.
And be like, hey, hold on to this till I get back.
Will do.
Okay.
And then I skip my way to them. Naked.
God. Yeah, you are still naked.
Oh,
No,
I
put
thought you got
clothes on.
dressed.
Oh.
I did
You
get
gotta put
dressed.
clothes
Okay.
on.
And
It's
then
been a
I
whole
take my
day.
clothes off.
Okay.
No.
No,
Oof,
just in my underwear.
oof,
I'm sorry, not underwear.
Oh.
Swimsuit.
I was a
yeah.
Swimsuit loincloth.
Loincloth.
I'll just shake my
Mankini.
head.
Swimming suit seems fancy for the age.
As you
The era.
as you walk over to
Skip.
as you skip over to Vangle and Griselda, you see there's a bit of an annoyed look on Vangle's face as he's kind of like standing there, his arms are crossed, he's tapping his foot, and as you approach, he just has this like furrowed brow as you stand before him. Do you do anything or say anything to him before he says anything?
I look at him like, I should probably put clothes on, shouldn't I?
He
And I put my clothes back on.
he rolls his eyes and he says, all right. Put your hands out.
I put my hands out.
You see, he mutters something in Dwarvish. And the shackles fall off.
What does he say?
I
know
that's right,
Dwarvish.
you do know Dwarvish. Hold on.
I thought he did.
Fuck, I don't know what he's saying. He's like, asshole. I wasn't prepared for him to know Dwarvish.
Okay, he says, wait, hold on. He says, by Tia's might and my own strength and that fucking silver dragon's words, your bonds I break.
You will have a very confused and puzzled look on his face.
And he looks you in the eyes and he says, consider it a favor. And with that, he takes the shackles and he says, your penalty's been paid for. And as of right now, your standing is at least balanced. Don't do anything stupid like this in the future. Because trust me,
Sounds like a plan, my man.
I don't think you're going to get a miracle like that ever again.
So, how was my balance paid?
And he kind of turns and points to somebody that is standing more in the back of everyone. And he says, I owed something to her. Now my debt's been paid. As you look back, you see a woman standing a little further off, wearing a black cloak with silver trim and white hair.
Use ex-wife. Oh my goodness.
I'm assuming that he's gonna throw a name. I forget what the name is. It's what's her name's sister.
No. In fact, as he says this to you, he turns around and starts walking away. And you see that she kind of smirks at him, and he nods and then walks back into town.
How far away is she from you at the moment?
She's probably about like 60 feet away.
He's going to send message to her and say, thank you. Let's have a chat tonight at the tavern.
She looks at you and she says, meet me on the hillside north of town when the moon is highest in the sky, and bring your friends. We need to discuss something.
I'll respond back with a message. Do I have to bring all of them?
Yes.
So I didn't hear what you said.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm honestly...
And he'll kind of look at her and just nod his head.
Yep. And I'm going to say the rest...
hated Albina so much.
The rest of you can see her. She's not that she's hiding or anything.
Ask that. I mean, we didn't hear that message conversation.
Correct. You did not.
We would see this person.
Is that your ex?
Do we hear that he said his... Oh, wait, he said that it...
Dwarvish.
Do we know anything about the balance being paid? Because we paid a monetary balance.
You heard him say, the most that you would have heard him say is that he says that you are now even, you're balanced. Don't do anything stupid.
He's going to send a message to Albina. I'll take my staff back.
She just will nod from the distance.
But
and she'll bring it over to him.
I am going to say, because you guys have encountered this person twice before.
Oh, we've seen her.
Do we recognize it?
Oh.
Is it Elia?
It is Elia.
I know who it is.
Has me and you encountered her?
No, me and you have not encountered her.
Well, alrighty then.
Well, that would change where I'd want to go if I see Elia. Because I was gonna see Thistle, but I don't want to interrupt their reunion, so let the friends, the young friends, reacquaint themselves. But if Elia is visible, Aluna would go to her.
Yeah, it is.
Wondering why she's here.
Yeah, it is. It is late at night. Where it's about 8 o'clock at night. So, but if you want to go over to Elia, like I said, she's just kind of standing right there.
But I would be curious about the balance.
Okay, what do you ask her?
Does that mean he's... Well, I meant the, well, I guess I could ask. No, I didn't hear that conversation. But the judge person said the balance?
Yes.
So he's free? Like a parole?
I am surprised Albina didn't be like, wait, how did you cast that?
I mean,
Cast what?
I mean, if you would have asked him when he was about to walk away, the most that he would have said begrudgingly is that his debt has been paid and his standing has been cleared.
Oh, okay. I thought we all heard that. That's
Okay.
why
Yeah.
I didn't
we
question
paid.
you.
Oh, I was confused because we paid a monetary debt,
Correct.
but the actual
But I thought I
other
saw the
half.
shackles drop off of him.
You
That's
did
why.
100%. You watched Vangel. You watched Vangel cast a spell over them, muttering something in Dwarvish, and then he pulled them off of you. You is no
Yeah, that's
longer
what I thought. Okay.
wearing
So
the shackles.
Because Albina was kind of watching you, waiting for you to come back anyway to give him back the staff whenever,
Mm-hmm.
she saw him rip off his clothes and go over. And then she sees some lady from the distance looking over, and she's like, "Wait, his shackles are off. He's dressed again."
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and that's it. You watched Vangel go over, and you saw Elia kind of smirk at him, and you saw Vangel just nod to her and then walk back into town.
Anyhow, if I do get to talk to Elia, I think she would just say, "I'm so glad to see you, but I don't know why you're here." And then
she says,
"Do you know anything about Zash?"
She says,
"There's would be the other really important part."
She says, has been a development, one that I believe you had your hands in. We need to discuss something this evening. I told your friend there, meet me on the hilltop north of town tonight when the moon is highest.
Okay.
I just wish for less prying eyes.
Somehow there's always extra people aware. And she'd nod towards Smith and his ability to be aware of other things. So
I'm totally screwing you guys later. Just kidding.
You're invited.
Well, no,
You
just
have
like
to-
if
yeah, you
Smith
have to
if
come with
Smith
us.
can do that, then certainly other people could do similar towards us. So not that Smith would be untoward. Iluna would make sure everyone is fully aware.
Albina would just kind of wave from the distance and walk over and give you his staff.
Yeah.
And just be like, "Oh, thank God I don't have to keep telling you every minute."
I know. It was a burden on both of us.
So what would you guys like to do at this point? You guys have about a few hours before you got to meet up with Elia. So what would you like to do in that meantime?
Talk to everybody. Let's pick someone.
I think I'm just gonna have Albina take Maggie to get some rest and see if she needs anything, so I can go to the store for her, etc.
Yeah. So if Albina wants to like kind of see to Maggie getting some rest, some care, Marigold will join you as Tobin and Zelene Tobin and Zelene will join you as they will take her over to Marigold, who is the town's cleric and follower of Lathander. And they are going to have him kind of, do a check over on her, make sure that she is well, and to give her time to rest here at the Temple of Lathander.
Yeah.
Iluna would probably want to be part of that group, especially like briefly meet up with Thistle and like she promised she'd bring her back and she brought her back. Thank goodness it worked out type of but trying not to interrupt the more important, like everything else. Iluna did what she said she would do, and she doesn't want to like interrupt, I don't know, their friendships and their
Yeah, I was thinking kind of get her
forth
so where
seems
she could
more
just rest
important.
before she had any more visits. I'm sure she doesn't
Right.
even want to be around anyone right now.
Yeah, less visit with Maggie, but more just
Yeah.
Thistle and everyone.
Yeah.
Like, looks like we were successful. Thank goodness.
I'll be able to tell Zelene and Tolbin that if they need anything, just to come find her, either one of them, and just to keep an eye on Maggie and make sure she
Oh.
gets her rest.
And something about the bracelets, because Thistle gave her a bracelet, and as far as I'm aware, they don't exist anymore, or they're very small, like, remnants of, right?
Yep, used up in the ritual.
Oh yeah. Tell Thistle that it seemed to help.
So to Tolbin and Zelene, Albina, you Tobin says, yeah, thank you. I can't believe we're back already. I mean, this has been something else. This whole it's crazy to me to think that this is what you folk do out there. It's just part of your lives. Beyond me, never again. Never again. I'm gonna set up shop here in Lylon, and well, we're gonna see to it that we keep our feet here. But thank you, this small found family of mine. We're back in whole again, and we had talked with Marigold whenever we left. We're gonna stay over there and make sure that Maggie gets the care she needs right now, and some time to rest. And well, then we'll start setting up shop here and getting things going. The Stonehill Inn still gotta exist somewhere. If Phandalin's still destroyed to shit.
She's gonna take out some gold from her pocket and just give him 50 gold and say, I hope this will help keep you guys in the meantime.
I can't take that. I can't take you. You gave me Maggie back. It's worth so much more than that.
I know, and I want you to take care of her. Listen, if I had someone to do this for me and to take care of me, a family again, I'd give you everything I have. She gives him the 50 gold.
Zelene, she looks over and she says, Tobin, it will help us set up the new inn, and we can pay it forward to Marigold for the care he is going to be providing to young Maggie. So, thank you, Albina. You're our...
And she'll just give her a hug.
Yes.
I know we had our rough times, but I hope that's all in the past, and moving forward, we can all just continue growing and knowing each other.
She, you kind of like feel her head, nod in the hug.
Like this tiny little lady, I'm just like giving her a big hug.
as she says this, and she says, as she's giving you a hug, she says, well, that was 5 weeks ago, so the wounds are still fresh, but you have healed some wounds. Thank you.
Don't mention it, and I'll be checking up on you guys when we leave here.
Before.
So, and I'll explain to them just how I do sending and all that.
Oh, sure.
I've done it before with Maggie, but I'll probably check up with one of you guys, just not to spook her in the meantime.
Okay. And to Thistle, why can't I move them? Are they objects layer? Yes, I can. To Thistle, Iluna, when you mention about the bracelets, she goes, well, I have more. I have more strings. I have more beads.
Yeah,
We
can probably all make some bracelets. Me, you, Albina, Maggie.
Yeah,
in the near future.
Yeah, and
they have somehow had powerful magic. They help bring her back, I'm certain.
You see like tears running down her face. She goes, it's the power of friendship. It's magic, you know. Friendship is magic. And she says we can even get Sadie one.
Yes, Sadie. We can do maybe a girls' night.
Yeah. Girls' night.
I mean, we all.
All I want to believe is that the night that happens,
What?
is that
What?
the night that girls' night would happen is that fucking you shapeshifts into like a female goblin and just like follows you guys into wherever this is happening. He's just going, girls' night.
Meets I'm Iggy's like
Who are
long lost
you?
sister. No.
Meanwhile, Smith is just crying on everybody.
Yeah, Smith's
Going in a tutu.
So, like, Smith's looking in. He brings Septus and he tells him all the
Oh,
details.
so that's what they're doing.
Smith,
That's
yeah.
what a girl's night looks like.
Smith immediately recognizes the benefit of divination magic, changes his school focus, and it sits in his room cross-legged with a crystal ball, just watching everyone. It's like,
And then
you're
he'll be
fucking
like, "What were you
making
up to last night?"
friendship
I'll be like,
bracelets
"Oh, you know,
without
the
me."
usual." I'll be like, "Oh, yeah, I didn't know you liked that type of activity, whatever, you know."
Fucking,
Like, what?
fucking voyeurism.
Oh my goodness.
Smith the voyeur.
Some of them are underage.
I want to make a divination wizard now who's just a creepy voyeur. That sounds really upsetting
But
to
you have
play.
to make him like super attractive so that like
Hi.
people will be like, "Wait,
No.
I kinda want him to spy on me."
No, he's 100% gonna have like a 6 charisma, but he's gonna have a full neck beard and a fedora. But he is 100% just gonna scry on people all the time. That's so fucking
I
funny.
used to have a fedora. Anyhow, I was roleplaying. I was gonna give her a hug.
Okay,
Thanks for breaking immersion.
glad to. Always.
I definitely wanted way out of that scene and to,
I took out the 50 gold already.
imagine Smith
Okay.
being a creep. That was
I figured that'll
perfect.
cover the
Anyhow.
expenses if she wants anything.
Yeah, and Iluno is like having trouble hiding her fury. And
But I think
she
I'm
feels
gonna-
like she let Maggie down, even though she had no idea who those pirates were. She somehow still feels like she let them down in a really severe manner.
It's understandable.
They're, like right there.
It's understandable knowing what you know
Like,
now.
She logically, she knows it makes no sense, but
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm gonna head out and just try to get some more rest. I'll talk
Okay.
to you guys later.
No worries. I'll keep you updated with the cliff notes of the very last thing that happens, and I'll send that to both you
Thank
and
you.
Jared. Feel better?
Thanks.
All right. So, out of the 4 of you, is there anything that you guys would want to do? Last quick thing before we jump to the meeting at midnight.
No, I'm down to.
I just would have gone to the tavern just to refill his burning belch. That was all.
Sick.
He needs alcohol.
Hell yeah.
Honestly, why don't you just ask Smith for my thing of alcohol? As I stare at him mean.
I was.
Huh.
Elena wanted to seek out Asdalor. She gave him that little. I don't even know how many days have passed. Like a week?
Since
It's
you
like 4 there and 4 back. Ish.
since you guys left,
It always takes me like 5 steps to find the calendar. I think I saved it somewhere. But I never find.
you guys left session 78. So you guys have been gone for 6 days.
If you
My life be like, ooh.
with the rain. But yes, look for Astalor to see if he found that pendant thing helpful.
What pendant did you give him? Oh, you gave him the clockwork amulet. Okay.
The clockwork was one.
Because
I never used it, so
yeah.
Story-wise,
he's
somebody. He's another ranger of sorts.
He says, yeah, you see him there. He's standing with some other rangers. And he says it did help. We have been exploring further into the nearby forest. We have been tracking down into the Cryptogarden. There is incredible sights down there. And, strange sightings. Things that are...
Strange sighting.
Things of... I feel not of this world. Some of the elves that I was traveling with say that they were fey in nature. But I know very little of this. But I am working with them to try and gather as much information in there as we can, as resources that we can use. Lumber and food are aplenty in there, just on the other side of the foothills. But we never used to be able to traverse into there due to the Sword Mountains, but for us now, it is but a short journey around the south of the mountains.
Fae. Did they describe them?
Aye, they did. I mean, I understand that elves are fey, but my understanding of these creatures is a bit limited.
Well, maybe I might know.
Well, if you wish to join us on one of our hunts, you are welcome.
You don't have notes or a drawing or generic description?
There are many creatures that I have never seen the likes of in the dwellings of that forest. I could not even begin to describe some of the things that I have seen.
One day I hope to get there.
Well, we have hunts planned. We will be taking our time to investigate. As I said, you are welcome to join, should you wish.
I'll keep that in mind. Do you feel like this amulet had helped you?
Yes, as I said, it has. Allows me to take some of the thought out of my aim at times. Feels as though it guides my strikes. But I have been able to use it only a limited amount of times.
Of course. I didn't feel like I was using it to as much as I could have.
Well, when
somebody like you helping to protect this town and residents probably make more use of it.
Yes, it will come in handy. I appreciate the gift. All right. So, I think with that,
she wants to give him a hug, but doesn't think he would reciprocate.
Yeah,
so
he's
just to shake his hand.
Yeah, he's definitely not he's not conducive of a hug, but he will shake your hand.
I might be in touch to see if we could travel together and at some point in time. there are a lot of missions we can find ourselves on.
Yeah, I look forward to it. I've heard the exploits and seen your capabilities firsthand. So, see if you are as good as you were on that hunt for the manticores in the future.
I imagine I have improved.
Good. All right. So, later that night, as the town is starting to quiet and the moon is high in the sky, you guys all make your way up to the mountain, or, well, not the mountain, but the hill north of Lylon. Up there, you see Elia draped in her black robes, her silver hair shining off of the moonlight. And she looks at all of you and she kind of nods. She says, well, Phandalin 5, things have changed. There's an update I must bring to you. As you know, and she kind of like gestures to me and you a bit. Some of you might not know. When we last spoke at the meeting in Neverwinter, the dangers that were posed to this world were already grand, as the cult of Tiamat was growing in strength and notoriety. But the recent development, as I have learned through your actions, have spurred on the cult to act erratically. The death of the White Worm Speaker has sent a message to them, and is now causing them to flee. But I must let you know, the two that you had sided with, the factions, which I don't know if you guys remember, or sorry, the three. I don't know if you guys remember, but you guys sided with 3 different factions the night of the council meeting. And if you don't remember, that was the Harpers, the Order of the Gauntlet, and the Lord's Alliance. And she looks at all of you and she says, we lost valuable information with the death of the White Worm Speaker, and the Harpers are not as pleased about this, as they hoped for the capture of the Worm Speakers. But there are still
his own life in the end.
I see. I will relay that to them. But we must do what we can to get the information out of them as much as possible. What we need to find out is where the worm speakers are. We need to know what power they aim on utilizing and where their ritual site is that they plan on bringing forth Tiamat into this world. We need to put a stop to that power, and we need to find that ritual site before they can corrupt it. As for the Gauntlet, they are happy to know that the dragon linked to the White Worm Speaker is dead. So you have gained favor in that respect. Unfortunately, they heard of your wild card's actions as she glowers over at you. And she says, it took a grand gesture of faith for them to not admonish your connection with them. And it took my intervention to see to it that your member can walk free. But I will not have such a sway in the future.
I can only imagine the favor you've done for us. I don't know what else you know, though. What happened while we were gone?
I know my sister is dead. She kind of looks at you and she says,
Runara.
Runara was also my sister. She visited me in her waning death. Her spirit and I connected.
You're not the one she talks of, though.
No. I am not the one she has sent you towards. She says, that would happen to be the old protector of Lylon. And our silent sister...
Is it protecting? Which is confusing.
My sister used to protect Lylon as a favor to them, and the Lylanites would show her favor at her shrine. But that is a time past. My sister has grown cold and distrusting and silent.
I was surprised. No one in the council seemed to find it important to mention her before.
Well, it has been many years since she has resurfaced, and most around here do not even know her name to call upon her anymore. You must understand, Lylon has been left destroyed for many years, and only in the recent decades has been brought back.
It keeps revitalizing itself.
Yes, and I hope that in time you will be able to bring that life back into her and revitalize her spirit.
I hope so too.
But
she seems hard to get to.
Quite.
We'll have to make the plan.
She is recluse, to put a word to it. But to bring you the remainder of the news that I have to share, as I'm speaking on behalf of the council, the cult has retreated for the time. All of them.
30 days.
Yes. A mass exodus that took even our internal spies to realms beyond our own. I have been unsuccessful in contacting Zash and Nylor. But I feel that...
Unfortunate.
Yes. But what is rather unfortunate is that in this time, while it might be an opportunity to strike, unfortunately, we cannot risk our forces being spread thin across the plains. So, it is now that we must prepare. We must gather our strength, grow stronger in their absence, and use this time wisely that we have to build, to grow, and to prepare.
Just out of game.
Mm-hmm.
It was Zash's sister that had that book, not Elia. The scribing one where they could write one half and it would
Correct.
appear.
That is correct. It is his sister, Ayani.
Have you been in touch with his sister, family at all?
I have not been in touch with his sister, as my travels have taken me far and wide. But to know that she may have a way to contact him, I may pay her a visit.
The city of Brass. Is that involved?
Is it involved in what?
These dragon cultists.
Unfortunately, we do not know the exact location of where the cults have traversed. We do know they have gone to planes that abide of their divine connection. As such, the Red Dragon cult has found their way to the Plains of Fire. If your adventures bring your traversal there, you may find them.
Voltswarm definitely went to another plane, so it seems.
Yes. I fear they have gone to grow strong.
Have we lost favor with the three alliances overall, or is everything okay for now?
Your favor with the Lord's Alliance still remains in good standing, but your favor with the Hoppers and the Gauntlet is in a state of flux. Currently, you have no goodwill or true ill will. As well, the Hoppers are quite perturbed that the death of a worm speaker has occurred. And they have heard two of your friends' tales. It is the notoriety of your actions that have brought them their annoyance. But I have given them my word that you will find to it to attempt to keep things more low key.
Got it. So do it undetected.
She's deciding to say something. I suppose she'll keep herself quiet.
Okay. She says, well, I know that you go by the name the Phandalin Five, but tonight, upon the glory of this moon, we seek to protect this world. I will dub you the name as appropriate to this town, the Shields of Lylon. Find strength in one another, heroes, and find courage to push through. And as she says this, she kind of turns her back, and you see that the cloak she's wearing, this black cloak, begins to change color and turn silver, and it unfurls into majestic dragon wings as she takes off into the night sky, transforming into a silver dragon.
I'll be able to do that.
Out of game, I was just kind of asking, we had a small benefit from that alliance, which I meant to look on my sheet.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering if that was broken. It was a feat.
So it is not broken because you have not lost their full will. Basically, Elia was your one thing that could balance you out this one time, but
we don't ever use it.
Well, I mean,
I don't think anyone uses their little extras, but I was just double checking.
Just remember, the Harpers want you guys to capture the worm speakers. They do not care what you do with the dragons or the eggs, but they want you to be good and innocuous. And the Order of the Gauntlet doesn't care what you do with the worm speakers, but they want you to kill the dragons and destroy the eggs, and they just want you to be good.
Just be good.
Good.
Do our best.
Yeah.
Also a bit out of game. I kind of was thinking we should get a new name.
Well,
I feel like we should discuss it rather than an assigned one. But
well, she has just bestowed that upon you, and if you remember back, there was an adventuring group that was based in Lylon, known as the Swords of Lylon, that at one time protected this town. They have since been dead, but you guys did see their ghosts the night that you went to the Mage's Tower.
Oh, ghosts.
Correct. But that's up to you guys if you want to rebrand yourself.
I like it.
Because
I feel like we should have a name, but
probably would make sense.
I'm not against that one particularly.
I heard the Phandalin sounds like a 70s rock pop group.
Yeah. Because
I sometimes want to say the Phandalin Five should be started with PH for the 5.
Oh yeah.
Make it even worse.
There you go. But yeah, this is gonna be where we end the session. As she is flying off, and this is kind of where we're ending this chapter, as this is where we're going to start the time skip. So the thing is that I do have plans for well after the time skip, but over the next 2 weeks, I want you guys start thinking about what it is you want to do over the 2 weeks. And just keep in mind, there's plenty you guys can do. You can help build buildings, you can start businesses, you can go and do your own things. You got 30 days. You got essentially a month in game, and plus, if anything that you guys want to do is adventure worthy, it is something that we can establish into some one shots over the next couple weeks, because I'm not gonna lie, I've been very busy. I have the overarching story for what is to come, but I have to get shit together. So we're going to be running some one-shots for a bit.
A good time to run a one-shot would be the February 4th, because I will not be
No. As in, what I'm saying is there's going to be a couple.
Well, no, I'm just saying I will not be here February 4th, so if there's a one-shot that you don't...
Sure.
I won't be here for that. I will be coming back from South Carolina.
Also, something to keep in mind is February 18th, potentially around that time, I'm going to be a dad. So, there might be there might be some sessions that are delayed, but I'm going to try and keep up the schedule. Yeah. So, like I said, over the next couple weeks, shoot me some messages. Let me know what you guys want to do over the month break in game. And if, I know that Smith and I had talked about some things regarding going back, like regarding his staff. I know Seftis, we had talked about, going and looking for a belt, and that sword of yours. Yeah. I know that Aaron and Jared and I had talked about a couple things already. So haven't really talked a whole lot to Hannah or Stacy about that stuff.
No, I'd like.
So, like I said,
a chance to. I had some ideas. I feel like, the whole Asdalor thing added another option. I
Well,
I was considering library-related things as a way she could gain her new knowledge base.
New knowledge base? What new knowledge base?
Well, whatever she's going to learn to become, or the time skip related things.
Wait, well, that's what I'm asking. Like what?
After the time. Whoa.
What do you mean? So wait, what were you saying? What are you saying? Going to the what are you aiming on learning at the library? That's what I'm asking.
The skills that she would gain. Like, it wasn't specifics. I had specifics.
But like,
have them in mind.
But I mean, are you going to the library to learn skills? Like what kind of skills? Like, because I just don't. I'm just not following what skills you would be looking to learn in a library.
Them reading skills.
I mean, realistically, the only thing that I could truly grasp that you might learn there might be history and arcana and maybe religion related stuff. But again, I don't know what it is you're referring to that you would be learning at a library.
Yeah, I haven't decided that specifically. That was just a thought.
Okay, I mean,
where, like, I can just be like, we show up and she has these skills. Okay, that's it. Like, to create the story.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm asking. Like, that's what, when you said the library, that's why I was like kind of just confused about what skills those would be applying towards. So, I mean, hey, if you want to go and spend, you know, the 30 days up in, you know, up at the House of Knowledge in Neverwinter or something like that, then that is to your discretion. But yeah,
I don't have specifics right now.
okay. Like I said, I just wasn't sure. I just wasn't sure what you're referring to, if you were referring to something specific. Because like I said, when you said library, I was like trying to think of where that could go. But to those of you watching at home, we're gonna call it here. So thank you for joining us, and we'll see you guys later.
Bye.